7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Doug, welcome to Friday, December 12th, 2025. And the Blues, indeed.
It's not a good day for me, Tim. I'm not going to be much good to you after watching that last night. I just don't know how I could snap out of it.
What, the Buccaneers money line?
Well, no, it was the Blues game. I was so crestfallen I couldn't watch anything else after that.
What if Matlock came on late at night?
Oh, yeah, it would be different.
Okay.
With
What
Angela
about Barnaby Jones? Would that keep you going?
Angela Lansbury's Murder, She Wrote.
I thought she guest starred a time or two with Andy Griffin.
I think it was Mrs. Garrett who would be on all shows
Is
in
that
the
right?
1980s and 90s.
What's her actual
Charlotte
name?
Ray.
Yes,
Charlotte Ray.
Charlotte
Be a
Ray.
fun surprise guest.
Feels like she was younger back then than she appeared. Like she played an older woman.
I like that.
I wasn't prepared for the Charlotte Ray discussion at 7:01.
Well, look at the Stiefel dossier
Okay.
and maybe a little show prep would help you along. God, it gets tiring,
Gotta do
man.
show prep.
Gotta do show prep. Anyway, the Blues lost 7-2.
Yeah.
But they're only a few points off.
We're only
the playoffs
4
there.
out of the wild
It's like
card.
I'm doing the same thing I was doing in the Cardinal season.
We're right
Hey,
there.
look, it's a bad team, but they're close to the playoffs. Stop it!
Oh, gosh.
Well, I'd like to apologize to the audience, to gamblers, spirited ones. And
Oh, no, what happened? What was your play
I
yesterday?
picked the under.
Oh, on the blow, boy.
That was a horrible pick, and I feel even
Well, I don't
worse.
think you could expect Nashville to go off offensively.
Well, they're two of the lowest scoring teams.
Right.
Thought maybe Benner was trending up. No, although it's not all his fault, but in general, I thought, you know what? These guys might kind of slug it out. I thought maybe they'd both be a little hungover from Wednesday night in Nashville. I thought, okay, they'll just be a little slow out there. It was 2-zip in the first. I started to sweat it a little bit. And when it just exploded in the second period, what I heard in my head as I was leaving yesterday, I saw Hubbard Marty. You guys call him
Hubbard Marty. Absolutely.
He's walking in the building. I'm walking out. Onboarding was remote. And he walked in and he said, just played the under on that Blues game.
Oh,
and I
no. Now you're
that's-
costing people in the building
At
money.
about 8:30 last night, that's what I heard in my head. So I issued a formal apology via X, and I'm going to take some time away. I apologize.
So you will be taking time away,
Probably about 10:01.
give or take.
Yeah.
Give or take.
I think
Doug.
I'm
That's
gonna-
the
I'm gonna reflect.
onboarding.
a
Nice
little
little
bit.
break for you.
Yeah. Many are already texting in their anger, partially with Martin. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Doug, our goal this week, 6,300 subscribers. We're at 6,330. And now you've got to be buzzing with that kind of accomplishment. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube channel and talk it over with the Nipper School Monitor, Jeremy Hodge, and Doug's pajamas.
Huh.
Your pajamas are in there.
I wear some black fuzzy pajamas.
With a DV on the lapel.
Yeah. Sometimes a little smoking robe.
And you drink
Ascot.
scotch.
I have an ascot.
And you bitch about the way things are
Right.
and the way they used to be. And you're just yelling at nobody in particular while you have a scotch and a dart.
With my slippers.
That would probably go viral if you did that more often. I'm sure you do it on your own, but if you could now start to record that.
I used to have a nice robe given to me by the Bunny Ranch. Remember that?
Yeah,
He gave us
Martin, that
all
was
robes.
a prostitution location in Nevada.
Nothing invites the family down for Christmas morning with Dad. Other than wearing
Hey,
a-
look, Dad's wearing his whorehouse robe. Happy holidays.
Hey, Pops, what's the Bunny Ranch? Well, come sit on my lap.
What was that guy's name?
Dennis Hoff, who,
That's
for
right.
whatever reason, was a regular on this show. And I don't have an answer as to the why. I just know that he was.
Cage.
Yeah, there it
You
is.
guys kind of have a history of smut.
Boy, he gave us nice
Riveted
robes.
partner.
There was gold piping on that
Martin,
thing.
there was gold piping.
Well, what happened to it?
I don't know.
Your
I don't
wife-
know.
your
I
wife
lost
into
it
your
somehow.
home and
I
destroyed
don't
it.
know.
Put it in the Goodwill
Gosh,
pile.
it's been 15
Now somebody's
years.
going to be near the Santa spot when Tim's out there on Saturday.
That's right.
And near Santa, you'll see some fella who might have a drug addiction and he'll be walking around in that robe.
That's right. With gold piping.
Oh,
That'll be the big
wonderful
giveaway.
gold piping.
We have an APB out for Lulu, who called in yesterday. I need to have a... Here, you know what I'm going to do, Doug? I'm going to put it right up here so I can see it at all times. My phone.
All right.
So when Chairman Kurt texts me,
And he's located at the home office. He works out of Des Moines. And
He's right behind you. He's right behind you.
But the only way for you to communicate with him is for him to text you from across the room.
That is our system. So you can call in. Lulu, please call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, your Stiefel dossier today will feature Joey Vitale, and it will feature the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, in addition to our drops of the week.
Okay. I'm going to go back and look for that robe now.
I don't blame you.
It could be deep in the closet somewhere, I guess.
Charlotte Ray died in 2018.
All right.
But she was 92, so it was a pretty good run. Went to Northwestern and USC, so she was kind of ahead of the curve with the Big Ten merger.
Oh, yeah, she was.
Look at that. So she will not be joining us.
And she was the first housekeeper on Different Strokes, and she played so well, acting like she was an alcoholic, but it was never really said, that they said, you know what, let's give her her own show, and they called it Facts of Life with Blair. And Lisa Welchel lived in Des Peres. Am I right on
Something like that, yeah.
Went to Viz, maybe? That was always a thing back in the day. Oh,
Be
Blair.
a great surprise guest.
Oh, sure would be.
She might be a bit. Let's see. Blair from...
They don't really have characters in sitcoms that are drunkards anymore, do they? Is that kind of politically incorrect at this point?
That's a great question.
How many sitcoms left?
All right. What about Growing Pains?
Well, that's existed, but it isn't on now.
I feel like Jim Belushi's got a meeting today, and he's pitching something. It'll just be me. I'll be Jim. I'll be John Belushi's brother, and there'll be an attractive wife, and I'll just kind of be a boob husband. And he pitches that every couple of years.
That was the basis for the sitcoms in the aughts. Morbidly obese gentleman somehow lands, beautiful wife, and away we go to millions and millions of dollars. Yeah.
He says he's going to take out the trash, but he's watching the Giants play the Jets.
That's exactly right. I see on the Stiefel dossier now, Charlotte Ray has been added at 10:05, so that was a quick booking over there.
We got that.
Anything to distract from the Blues loss and the fact that Alabama State nearly beat Missouri last night. That's what I sense is going on in the Stiefel dossier. Am I correct on that read?
Well, I would think. I didn't even watch Mizzou, Alabama State. I'll start watching when they play real teams.
Agreed.
But what if you lose to Alabama State?
Well, then maybe I won't watch when they start playing real teams. I think they'll be just fine whether I watch or not. I'm just saying I can't get interested when they
Papers,
play
you okay
these
about that?
Shishawali clubs.
I think saying that they almost lost is a bit, I wouldn't say that.
Doug, what was your final?
It was about, 12 points?
8. Yeah, I mean,
They kind of had that 10, 12-point lead.
Yeah, it was. There was
part.
times where it was like they were like up 7. It's like, oh god, but then they would like extend it up to 18, and then
They're not happy on Power Mizzou.
they shouldn't
But
be.
it's a game, whether it was technically close or not. It's a game you should historically win by 20, 25
For
points.
sure, but I'm not gonna like panic because they only won by 8. You know, like
When will you panic?
SEC schedule starts in a couple weeks.
What
then,
if the-
then I get
Bragging
panic.
rights, baby. Bragging
Yeah, what
rights.
if the Illini blow
That
their
one I've
doors
kind of
off?
already chalked
written
up.
off?
Yeah, I've kind of chalked up. That's
As an L.
Illinois is really good, and Missouri, I just don't know if they have an identity yet, and I can't stand the way they play defense. So
Do they
just
play
honestly.
defense?
Yeah, they play defense. I just don't like the way they do it. It's like if you don't get a steal, enjoy an open shot.
No. You like him to get a wider base?
I'd like them to stop trying to defend every inch of the half court and just focus on the place where they shoot. Like it's all like they're like guarding guys who are 35 feet away from the basket, doubling them, and then guys get wide open layups. It's like they're not going to kill you from 35 feet.
Well, that'd be a pretty stupid way to play defense. And that's why you don't like it.
Well, yeah, they try to create turnovers.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I was actually Lulu. Thought for sure my Edgerin reference would have given it away, but duped again, idiots. Thanks, and free perk. Doug, how much you weigh now? That's from Brian Henchett, who is on his way to Seattle, where Phillip Rivers will get a chance to quarterback the Colts at 44 years old.
Okay. Usually about 187, 188 when I get up. Yeah, that's usually.
Is it a Phillip Rivers reference, right?
That's correct.
They
Phillip
went into
Rivers
his
reset.
weight.
Chairman Kurt is like in an intense conversation back there, like he's giving somebody the hot swat in the who's
It's a
who.
little early. We love all the callers.
We do.
You're all welcome at any time. It's a little early to be buzzing into the show, isn't it? I mean, I'm happy. I'd love to talk to the people, Tim, because I'd rather do that than talk about a Blues team that's played 32 games and they've won 11. I know they have those 7 overtime shootouts. They've played 32 games. Doug? They've won 11.
Do you think
That's
they
the
have
real
a
math.
Jordan Bennington problem?
I don't know. I kind of agree with Monty. Like the goalies do get hung out to dry. Again, he didn't say effort. Now he said we're not tough enough in front on either end.
Bennington ranks 51st among the league's goalies in goals against average. 51st.
Yeah, now he's not been good.
No.
It does seem to be they're back to where they were at the beginning, where they would lose, but they'd give up a bleep ton of goals. Last 4 losses, combined score of 21-7.
Nice. And again, just 5 days ago, coming off a win and 2 in a row, got a schedule that would lend itself this week to going, okay, now you can have some momentum. And instead, it really goes the absolute opposite direction. And Jim Montgomery talked about what went wrong the last 2 games following the debacle in Nashville last night.
The last 2 games, we've been not hard enough at either net front. We don't get there 2 on the inside. That's where good teams in the NHL score goals. Screening the goalie and having 2 guys whacking away at rebounds like you saw them score 3 or 4 times tonight. And we're not boxing out at our net front. The physicality in our D-zone coverage the last 2 games has really dissipated.
Okay. It was nice to see Hugh McGing get off the schneid.
Doug, I don't think you're a Curbside podcast listener.
I know.
You don't podcast much.
Not much, no.
So I was listening to Braden Shen's post-game comments. Anytime they get their asses trounced, Martin, I've noticed that the man wearing the C. Yeah.
10, where you at?
Yep.
It's kind of part of the gig.
It is the deal when you're wearing the C. He came out and talked about 2 positives from last night. Do you want to guess what the 2 positives were?
Robbie Fabry looked like he was okay.
They said he was the best guy on the ice last night.
Monty said that.
Yep.
And McGing got his first goal, first NHL.
There you go. Now, my question for you, knowing that you did not listen to Braden Shen's full interview, what do you think Hugh McGing's hockey nickname is?
Ginger.
It is! When he said, yeah.
Ginger.
Ginger getting his... I'm going, that's Hugh McGing. Ginger. I guess it stands to reason, but I thought the Mick part is a guy who's dealt with that, which they slapped us on with at Ellis Island years ago. I thought that might throw him off. Maybe it's Mac. No,
Are you
Ginger.
telling me Irish people don't have an MC in front of their name in Ireland?
Correct.
They don't.
My people are Kiernan in Ireland. But then we come over to Ellis Island.
Slap a Mick on that guy.
There you go. And just like Vito Andolini, when he came over before becoming the Don, but then they go, where are you from? Corleone, Italy. Vito Corleone, just like that. It was Vito Andolini.
But what about Rory McIntyre?
I don't know.
McIntyre. McElroy. Who the hell is the golfer? Rory.
Bob McIntyre is from Scotland and a bomber. A little heavy set.
And that's
I'll give you
MAC.
the story of a sitcom sometime.
That's MAC.
That's the Scottish thing. The Scottish thing is MAC.
Right.
The Max.
Right.
Not the Mix, the Max.
Max and Mix.
Yeah, you know what, Ginger?
Yes.
Ginger. I like Ginger a lot.
I had a
Hugh
feeling you might
McKing
like it.
sounds like he would be doing the news until I'm Hugh McKing. Charlotte Rivers has the night off. Tonight, our top story.
We need more Hughes. That's a great name. What's up, Hugh?
I believe Larry David in a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode was truly fascinated by the name Hugh. And I think there was a character who he got sideways with because he kept calling him you.
You could play blank you.
That's kind of like the huge thing, huge. The way you say something. People from Brooklyn.
Another similar name is Guy. Guy.
Yeah.
That used to be somewhat common name. I guess French Guy, but
Rob Desir's first name was Guy.
Yes.
Guy. Yeah.
Hey, Guy, what do you need? Guy.
Arbor Day is, I think, going to win a 3rd straight Texter of the Year award. And he writes in this, the Cardinals are garbage. The Blues, garbage. Mizzou Hoops is going to suck. We're all just going to do all that we have left, hunker down and get chubby. Doug, that is from Arbor Day, assessing the next, I don't know, few years of St. Louis sports.
Well, the chubby part is already happening. It is depressing to think that we don't have much going on at the moment.
Well, then you take a look at 7:30 tonight, just outside of Raleigh, North Carolina, on ESPNU. The Billikens in the Final Four, taking on NC State in a game that wasn't supposed to be a road game, but why, look, it's in the backyard of the Wolfpack, and they'll try and make it 4 in a row on the road and find themselves in the NCAA Championship Monday night at 6 against Washington or Furman. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. Yeah, that would be fun. I'll be watching that game tonight.
No, I can't wait.
If I can figure out how to get ESPN Plus.
ESPNU. You probably should have that because you're a Charter Spectrum guy, right?
ESPNU. I have. This says it's ESPN Plus. What I'm looking at.
I'm virtually certain it's ESPNU.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's ESPN.
You want to come over and just watch it? Friday night's pizza night.
Well, I couldn't possibly be any more busy.
Sounds like a generic leave me alone.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds
I've
like.
got Gordy tonight, and sometimes
he could play with.
Sometimes he hides the remote, and that's a real issue.
That is the best move, though. If you're the parents and you got a young kid, you're like, hey, Mom and Dad, wouldn't you like to see the kid? They're, oh, absolutely. I don't know. How about Friday night? And then they get a night out.
Yeah, that's how it goes. That's fine, as long as he doesn't steal the remote.
Friday night's pizza night.
Where is the pizza? Does it rotate?
We have a rotation.
Okay.
It's a great question. We have a rotation.
You got like a number 5 starter every once in a while. Like, just eat some innings. Doesn't
I
matter.
think we're coming off of Ferrado's week last week. Jeff Parrott, St. Gabriel's class of 90. CBC guy, Martin.
Absolutely. The Parrots have owned that for a long time.
Oh, you better believe it, brother.
962-0048.
Doug, is that the number?
I don't know the number.
Sad, but when I was
Joint
Prep, man.
When I was a kid, Sundays was Ferrado Day.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it was 962-0048. Not that the fat kid in the family was ready to call it in and order. I also used to do the Emos in Webster was 962-3666. Doug, this is important. This is not on the ACT.
Okay.
But it has to do with BMI.
You weren't fat as a kid, were you?
Cut that off.
Really?
How fat were you?
I honestly,
Morbidly obese?
No. It's funny because I thought of myself as husky. Now I look at pictures. I'm like, God, I was skinny. I'm like,
Oh, really?
high school pictures? Yeah. I mean, not skinny. That's an exaggeration.
Isn't it funny to see a fat kid with his belly jiggling? That's just funny.
Charlie,
I'm going to find you guys a picture of me as a kid. Go ahead, carry on.
Doug, with all the local teams not doing great, do you think wife swapping will start to increase? That's from the Swing Haven board member.
I guess anything's on the table at this point. People are going to have, an extra 3 hours in their evening hours that they used to watch the games with.
So in a way to fill that void, they will begin swapping
I
wives.
think there are other ways. You could take up needle pointing.
May I join you?
Well,
Right there's an example. It's already starting.
What's
people
that
just
from?
gonna knock on your front door.
Was that a QFTA? And people just wanted to be part of the show?
Fair question. I think that was from a real life swinger. I think that was like some, it was like some sort of, this word's going to feel wrong using it, but like it was some sort of swinging playhouse.
Don't say playhouse.
Was it Pee-wee's Playhouse in the 80s?
Kinda felt like
Lawrence Fishburne was on there, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Felt like a Central Florida Eyes Wide Shut situation,
Central Florida, eyes wide shut.
Yeah.
You talking Golden
code,
Knights,
boy.
Scott
Yeah.
Frost?
Yeah, just like Okeechobee, debauchery, that kind of vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Central Florida.
Dudes be trying to push up on my wife. She bad. It's just the game, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Doug, that's Syracuse head coach.
Oh, gosh.
Fran
Thought it might be
Brown.
the Michigan coach.
Chairman, he's still on the phone. I mean, every time I look over there, and the only person that I've seen in my texts is Pestis. What's your name? And we're so busy, I haven't been able to get to him.
He just asked, "What's your name?"
He sounds
On the phone with him
annoyed.
for 10
Where's
minutes.
Lulu? Where is Lulu? That's all I'm asking for.
Twitter fave is the name, line 1.
Twitter fave.
And that's Charlie Marlowe's move. He says, I favorite every tweet I receive to let people know I got him.
Okay. Fair enough.
They'll say, Chuck, you're an idiot, you're fat, and he likes it.
Dislikes it. Absolutely. All right, Twitter faves on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Doug. Good morning.
Carlos Martinez, Twitter favorites.
Oh, it's
But anyway.
Carlos Martinez.
Oh.
Is that an apostrophe?
That's
Twitter
a good name.
favorites.
I like the
Was that-
name,
okay.
Carlos Martinez, Twitter favorites. What can Doug Vaughn do for you?
shout out to Mike Wellington right now.
Why?
Good man.
Because he's a friend of yours?
So, sometimes.
A little more energy, please.
Sorry. All right.
Okay.
Anyway,
don't cry.
to the point.
All right.
Oh, God. Kurt, I'm so scared.
Did you forget what you were going to say?
Sometimes when you talk to me so nicely.
All right, Jackson, that'll wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was an attempt at humor.
Jesus.
And that's not Big Walt?
I don't know.
It sounds like Big Walt. I don't know what's going on there.
The phone lines are
Where's
poison.
the bug?
They are absolute
Can I have
poison.
the Elliot Davis buzzer? 'Cause I just feel like we needed something very dramatic, specific that said, we're moving on. I was there with Tim when I was about 15 seconds ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm going to put the bullet in the head
What
sometimes.
in the world?
I hope I didn't scare him when I said more energy, please.
He was better in the screening process. I don't know how he fell apart like that. but
What did he tell you that he wanted to discuss?
He had somewhat of a semi-erotic story that he wanted to share.
Oh,
well, I don't blame you for fast forwarding him to the front of the line. Guys, to answer his question, Wellington's upstairs in my master bedroom as we speak. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. I didn't know.
upstairs in
Now
the
the phones are buzzing
What's
because
he doing there?
it was a trigger.
I thought to
doing
myself,
there?
this would look good on Doug.
Wellington is in the upstairs master bedroom of the recovering alcoholic from Belleville. Right
That's
now.
correct. I read it right there in a teleprompter. Sent it at 7:20.
The door never seems to be locked over at Pondov's house.
You can text in as well, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. You also are welcome to call in, just like Carlos Martinez's Twitter favorites did right there, and see if you can improve on it. I don't know. I mean, the bar is high. You can also talk it over with TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. And they're not happy in the YouTube chat. Something's wrong with it. Jackson, fix the chat, please. That's from 2 words for you. What's going on?
Fix the chat.
Okay, so you don't see it. I don't know what's going
I don't
on.
even know where my remote is. Martin, can you hand me that remote to your left, sir?
Yes.
Thanks, man. Sorry.
Joey Vitale, Stiefel dossier. Gabe DeArmond, Stiefel dossier. Little switch up on the times. The Colonel at 9, Joey Vitale at 9:30. What's the reason for that?
Joey texted me yesterday, right before puck drop, that he needed to go a little later. He wanted 9. I said, we got Gabe at 9. Can we do 9:30? And then Midnight Joey liked my message at midnight 30.
Midnight Joey. Probably on a bus out to the airport.
Midnight Joey is his new nickname.
I kind of like that.
What if he still got up at 4:30 to make the sourdough? So that's at 9:30. You got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 10:45. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air online at designairservice.com. Doug, this forecast this weekend, sweet mother of mercy.
What is it?
Sweet, sweet mother of mercy. I've got a low of 6 for you on Sunday and a high of 18, and the sun is going to be shining.
But would you look at next week? 57, 58, 51?
It might be time to compress the golf ball.
Could be.
So a respite coming next weekend and perhaps in the middle of next week. But this weekend, it is going to be cold. If your furnace goes out, go to designairservice.com. That's it. Pavlov's dog. Oh, no, the furnace has gone out. Oh, yes, designairservice.com. Martin is a client. Doug is a client. I am a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. And Seth Goldcamp is giving away a $10,000 HVAC system for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month, which will start with the first show of TMA in 2026, Monday, January 5th, and the competition will run for 20 shows, maybe 19th, because we're off for Martin Luther King Day, if I'm not mistaken, Jackson. So
Yeah.
that's the way the math would work. But either way, send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The program is called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh, Jackson. Doug.
This guy.
Burl Ives.
One of our favorites.
So Charlotte Ray at 10:05 and Burl Ives at 10:25. I don't even know if 20 minutes is enough for Charlotte Ray.
You try to stay current. You try to stay up with what's happening today and not 70 years ago.
You think Mad Dog's got Burl Ives coming on?
I don't think he's got the juice.
Charlotte Ray. Why did you and Mr. Drummond just start screaming?
Arnold, go upstairs.
Did he shoot a basket there? They papers. I didn't see, but Russo, they said worst basketball shot ever.
It was like a real long one. I think it was a half-court shot, and that can test the form of any great jump shooter.
It's not a fair barometer.
But I don't. If I had to bet based on that move, I don't think he has much from the elbow either.
This is Burl Ives we're still talking
Correct.
about?
The left elbow.
Mad Dog.
Mad Dog.
Charlotte Ray was defending.
Okay.
One-on-one with Mad Dog Russo and Charlotte Ray.
Mouse in the house.
Who's the mouse?
He's back in her town.
What's the problem? The implied alcoholic fun. Carlos Martinez, Twitter favorite, says, please edit my call out of the podcast. He realizes
No dice.
he missed the 3-inch putt. Was that Scott Hoke at the Masters, Doug?
I
Like a
don't know
3-inch
who it
putt he
was.
missed
Is it
and he lost the
87?
Masters?
Hell, it
I think it
was.
might be. 87, was that Larry Mize? Greg Norman?
Mize was from Augusta?
He was, and he chipped in. So Carlos and Jackson, you are going to edit that call out of the podcast because it was so embarrassing for Carlos Martinez's Twitter
But he
favorites?
No shot.
He could call back, maybe write down his thoughts so he has it ready to go.
Doug wants him to call back.
I kind of feel bad if I feel like I scared him off.
I don't think you had anything to do with it.
Yeah, I just don't think he had it. You know,
I don't know.
and it's fine. A lot of
Yeah.
people don't have it.
I think you had a bit in mind. It just didn't get any traction.
Calling is a different beast.
Calling is
It's
a different beast, and now
beast.
Chairman Kurt has his segment title for.
Calling is a different beast.
I already kind of had Dad, what's the bunny ranch in there, but
Not bad. Not bad. Doug said no one works out while listening to this show, but today is leg day, and I'm hitting an extra set of calf raises so I can look like Tim. That's from Josh Bob Bill, and he shares a building with Keisha Gray in Tampa, if I'm not mistaken. A tough one last night for the Buccaneers, Doug. Nobody's playing better than the Falcons, as you know. And the Buccaneers were coasting to an important win for their wild card hopes, even though they have fallen on tough times. And it looked like they were just going to ease on in. And for many who probably took the Buccaneers and thinking that was going to be a nice, easy way to start your weekend, then things got away from them as the Falcons went on to score 15 straight points, including a last-second field goal, and beat the Buccaneers 29-28, dropping Tampa to 7-7. And the Falcons go from 4-9 to 5-9. Buccaneers head coach Todd Bowles was not pleased. Let's take a listen.
Okay.
What do you tell them in the locker room after a game like this?
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts.
Hey.
You gotta care enough where the
watch it.
shit hurts. It gotta mean
Hey.
something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that shit. It
Yeah,
was
the kids.
inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. And that's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
Yeah, I pulled my kids aside already this morning, woke them up early, and showed them that about 5-6 times.
Did you?
And then I tried to explain it to them.
McAfee will play it unedited today, just on his show. There's your ball coach. Well, here's what he had to say.
Martin, the score was 28-14. Buccaneers leading that feisty Falcons bunch. But the thing is, when Kirk Cousins is out there with the pigskin, who's going to stop that aerial attack? And the Buccaneers did not have an answer to it. And the Falcons came back and won 29-28. And Todd Bowles decided, this is probably going to cost me my job. I'm just going to let her loose here in the postgame.
Yeah. They had him like, what, 3rd and 28 or something there?
4th and 14 also late.
Yeah. Well, that loss might be the one that keeps them out of the playoffs.
Although that division's sort of forgiving.
Probably not a Super Bowl team anyway.
Okay.
Todd Bowles is my kind of people. That's from former fan page moderator Neil Allen.
Just because he
Craig,
curses?
Paquette, Neil Allen, Craig Paquette, you can
call in.
That's a low bar. If he curses, so now he's your guy.
He didn't raise his voice, which I found interesting.
Yeah.
You know, it was very monotone in the way you delivered it. But I think that was 7 F-bombs by my count.
And I think he used the S word to you.
Yeah.
What was the follow-up question? Did anybody?
Second question problem.
Hey, what'd you think of so-and-so's play?
Yeah. After that, it's like, all right, I think we got the picture.
Well, Harrison's brother Master is not happy. Great producing, Jackie. I love hearing about the 4-9 Falcons. We don't even have an NFL team here. Bravo! That's from Harrison's
I mean, you're going to make me play the drop. You're just going to make me play the drop.
What do you want, Bucko? You want some? Hey!
It's like he knew what was going to happen.
Worth it for that.
I don't even like appeasing it. It's like an alley-oop. It's just like I'm open. Just
now
give me the ball.
here's the opposite of Harrison's brother Master, Lisa, and she's been a gem since day one of Balloon
Sent
Party.
me a wonderful note, like a handwritten note.
Really?
Sent me an actual handwritten note saying how much she enjoys Movie Boy and the work on the program. Sent me a handwritten note.
Isn't that sweet?
Addressed to the station. This is world-class
And you
kindness.
just think this is kindness. She's not trying to get fresh.
No. That's what my grandma would have. That's what my grandma. Well, if I talked back to my mom or grandma of Long Island women, they'd say, "Don't be fresh."
Like the term a lot.
Sounds like Kimmy's in a time warp.
Morning, guys. Have a good weekend and stay warm. That's from Lisa. How about that, Doug?
That's just so nice. And the handwritten note is so folksy.
Isn't it great?
You don't get
This
many
is
of
a
those
nice
anymore.
thing. Oh, it warmed my heart.
You guys ever get the Derek Gould postcard? He would send these from Baseball City. When he travels, he's big into postcards. And I believe I've received one several times. And he would say, like, I'm in Milwaukee, and it's some kind of postcard of a landmark in downtown. But he's like, I know you went to school here. He sends postcards from the cities that he happens to travel to.
That's nice.
That's really kind.
Apparently, you guys aren't on the list. But
No, I didn't make the cut.
I did not make it.
NFL's the number one sport in America. Wake up. We want to hear about it. And that's from the 314 who's not happy with Harrison's brother Masters text, I guess, or maybe just not happy with us. I don't know. You can elaborate, 314, on who you're not. Lisa saying, stop Tim, he could be my grandson. So Jackson, it doesn't sound like she's trying to get fresh.
No. But the definition my grandma and mom would always use is like being like a smart ass. That was called being fresh.
that's another version of it.
Yeah. Don't be fresh is what they would say to me.
Fresh?
I always found
and
that.
then you get
Like
slapped.
you're talking back.
Yeah, I always found that funny.
After watching Mike Evans going off on the sidelines, Bulls had no choice but to drop a few F-bombs. That's from Well Endowed. Yeah, Mike Evans made his return last night, Doug. Had a good game, but lost his mind at the end when the Bucks gave up the 4th and 14, which led to Zane Gonzalez, and he got the game-winning kick last year when he was with the Commanders to eliminate them. Am I right on that?
I don't remember that.
He just hit a nice little tight draw inside that left upright.
I backdoored a sweet little cover last night.
Oh, what did you get there, Piper?
So I gave out first half over, which covered no sweat, but I took I took Buccaneers first half team total over, which was 12.5. They get the ball back with about 40 seconds left in the first half, and they only have 10 points, and a Atlanta defender slips in coverage, and Mike Evans catches a bomb, like a 30, 40-yard bomb, gets into field goal range. Then Baker takes a sack with 6 seconds left. What are you doing? 51-yard field goal right through the uprights.
How do you do?
13 points, covered by a half.
Another $100,000 for the Burkett estate right there.
A 51-yard field goal used to be, oh, my God, he made one from 51. And now every kicker in the league.
Shout out Chase McLaughlin. It was a no-doubter right through the uprights.
Yeah.
Big shout out to him. Saved by Bacon.
You gonna go buy a new Saab today?
I needed to hit a bet. It's been a while.
Okay. Oh, are you going through it?
Nah, not going through it. Always bet responsibly.
A lot of people are saying just bet against the Blues and lay 2 goals on the alternate lines, and you're going to get paid. It might be a strategy.
That's the way it's been here lately.
You can talk about the NFL since we have the Chiefs here in Missouri, but I don't want to hear a damn word about the NBA. That's from the 314.
Or else what? Was that
You want some of this? You want some of this?
I'm supposed to.
You seem feisty, not fresh. Feisty today.
Really?
I like it. Yeah, like you're ready. You're not.
Oh,
You're
you
not
got a
taking
big
anything.
weekend lined up?
No, just kind of got a little edge. I like it. Playing with an edge. Bucko, you
Well,
just seem ready to joust.
Trying to play with some grit, some sandpaper, while staying composed. That's the
Okay.
key. Always keep your composure.
Yeah. We have any big plans at all? Nothing?
Not really. Nothing crazy this big.
What are you going to do
There's
tonight?
something there, Martin. There's
No,
something
well,
there.
I mean, it's the Yuletide season, and we all know that means like a lot of stuff towards Christmas. So, well, you know, like around the 10 days before Christmas,
There's a lot
you'll
of
have
events,
parties,
activities, social, very social time of
family
year.
stuff. which I love. So in the time right beforehand, try to get some shopping done, get everything
excited about
kind of
shopping? That's what's got you all excited?
I'm not excited. I'm not excited.
So this is the lull before the busy.
Right. So in that time, try to recharge the old batteries.
Okay. You want me to send my Christmas list over?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you need?
Well, I'm going to send it over.
Have you ever tried to get out of the parking lot at West County Mall during the Christmas season?
Yeah, probably.
You better settle in for about an hour and a half to get out of the parking
Is
lot.
the move going up to the Dick's Sporting Goods parking lot up top?
If you want to be there 2 hours.
I saw people posting, it was last weekend or the weekend before, they were stuck in the parking lot for upwards of 3 hours.
3 hours?
What happened?
The De Pere police were called trying to...
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe it was
Can't
Black
get out.
Friday, but it was just, I saw multiple videos of people from their car telling their story that they'd been there for 3 hours.
Oh, that's my hell.
The problem is the light to get back onto Manchester only allows a couple of cars at a
it's like
time.
2 lanes,
I
right?
will tell you, though, if you're in the car for 3 hours, you can get halfway through a QFTA. So just put that on and settle in. Harrison's brother Master proves daily how big of a loser he is. Hashtag cuckboy. Also, I don't live in Maplewood, idiot. I just mud muffle there. That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler, who I guess is sideways with Harrison's brother Master. We need a chart of the listener wars.
What's wrong with Maplewood? It's a nice little town.
Mm-hmm.
Martin, you went dining at what is considered to be the best restaurant?
Oh,
or
that's
something
right. I
like
was
that?
at a few weeks back. Was that Mike Vintage? We went to Robin. Yeah, it was a wonderful dining experience. Did we talk about it on the show? I can't remember. It was.
I never know what's on the show and what's off the
Yeah.
show.
I mean, the menu, as you guys pointed out, because you're jerks,
Right.
in advance, that the menu might have been a little foo-foo for this fat guy.
Not my scene.
Well, it doesn't seem like your scene.
But it was a wonderful dining experience. The problem I have is you can go anywhere that's fancy and say, oh, it's okay. And then I could dip a Ruffles chip into some French onion dip and say, that's better than anything I just had at a fancy restaurant. Like simple, Doug. I like simple.
Well, you're meat and potatoes.
Yeah, meat, potatoes, and a lot of dips. And then, but it was a wonderful dining experience. Very cool spot.
I like
Very unique.
Saratoga Lanes in Maplewood. Have you been there, the bowling alley? It's just great.
Just seemed like an odd shift from Robin.
Well, we were talking about Maplewood.
I know,
Great places in Maplewood. You can't beat
I would
Saratoga.
enjoy that. Do they have a good cheeseburger? I bet they do.
I'm sure. It's been there since 1916. You feel like you're going back 100 years when you go bowling in there. It's really
been
cool.
there in a long time.
Yeah, it's really.
And then what's
very
the
cool.
Bolmers over there that Ed Herman's always talking about? Did I get the name right? There's a
Now
lot of great-
that White Castle, would that be Maplewood too? Big
That's
Bend?
Maplewood? Oh, yeah.
Oh
It's been
man,
there
is that
forever.
nice? That is really sweet.
I hear tell that Bulliards in Maplewood makes a good
Bulliards.
burger. Rumor it's like Max or Olive and Oak. Thanks. That's Alan Dadeville, and he's getting ready for the Georgia Bulldogs. Doug, watch this. Georgia.
Okay.
Are they the favorites? Who is Ohio State the betting
Ohio
favorite?
State is the betting favorite.
And then maybe Georgia or Indiana?
I believe then Indiana, and then Georgia. Who would you put fourth? Because Texas Tech's the 4C, but I bet they won't get the most action. I would bet Oregon does. Huh?
I'm not even sure what you said right there at the end. But Texas Tech has certainly got a shot to win the whole thing.
You better believe it, brother. You better believe it, brother. Get involved. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Then you can call in. Chairman's Kurt, you're sending me people who are calling in, but I got to be honest with you. Carlos Martinez Twitter favorites is back on. It's not happening.
Yeah, you get one bite at the apple.
You know, that's what Marshall Mathers said. Was that 2002 or 2003?
I don't know the years.
I feel like 02, Tim.
Thought maybe we give him a second shot.
Pestis is on.
Oh, we haven't heard from him in a long time. Oh, no.
He had things to do?
It didn't matter if he... let's see. Drug church that I pastor is in Maplewood. Come out. Lot of hot ice heads. That's from the recovering alcoholic. So he's advertising for his drug church.
People are going to addiction churches to try to get lucky? Is that what he's suggesting?
I don't know if he's suggesting it so much as advertising that there are a lot of hot ice heads.
Oh.
Alan Dadeville knows what's up. He's also pretty cute. If you squint, he kind of looks like Tim. That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler. So when you're on top of him, you have to squint?
No.
Bulliards is amazing. Go get them beef tallow fries, Doug. Lots of soppins and fixins, too. That's
I've
from
never
Big
been there.
Tough.
No, never been there.
That's in Maplewood? That's relatively close. I might
Ed
have to hit
Herman's
that.
talked about that.
Yeah, I might have to hit that.
It's on...
French fries and gravy, sir.
About that.
It's on Sutton. It's got this great little diner on the corner there.
Guys, I'm sorry I haven't been able to call in yet. It's mostly diluted versus non-diluted brands. Sharon won't like what I have to say. That's from Mr. Licks. And Doug, if you recall, he wants to call in and talk about the downfall of middle-class luxury brands.
Okay. We've got time to get that done today.
We want Mr. Licks badly, and we want Lulu badly. Call in 314-974-0101. If you don't stop talking about the NBA, Jackson, I'm going to come up there to the studio and duct tape your mouth shut because nobody cares about the NBA, and it stands for nothing but asshats. Doug, that's been sent in 3 times in the last 4 minutes, and it was sent in all caps.
That makes it a terroristic threat.
That's a normal thing to send in before 8 a.m. on a Friday.
If it was sent at 8:05, would you feel better?
It would be more rational.
What if it's
still
on a Thursday?
irrational? Yeah, I mean, all these things would make it.
You're saying Friday, so you should be in your happy space. Why are you spending this kind of energy on?
Let me amend that. It would be crazy at any time.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
But especially wild
Asked
now.
and answered.
Especially in the Yuletide season. You know? Aren't we supposed to all come together?
We are.
Forget our differences and spread love.
Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. Am I right on that? Spread love, it's the Brooklyn way?
I don't know. I doubt it's the Brooklyn way. I don't really think of fuzzy, warm and fuzzy love a lot in Brooklyn.
I'm thinking about, I didn't get a chance to discuss this with my wife last night, but I know we're doing the Polar Express thing tomorrow.
It's fun. It's great. Great family fun. Go to that Grand Hall ahead. We got this all mapped. I got your day
we're
mapped
going to
out.
sit there and drink scotch.
Yeah, I like to map out everybody's day. Papers, I'll give you your Saturday rundown
I
here
feel like
shortly.
Papers has something doing, but we're not going to find out about it. That's my
the
read.
lull. We're in the lull.
Yeah, but I think he's got something doing.
I don't
know. I don't know.
You going to get on
doesn't matter.
Tinder
Still
or Grindr or something tonight?
No, not the plan.
But then after we go on that Polar Express, maybe go over to St. Louis University and see the Billikens take on the Dons. That's 7 o'clock tomorrow night, and the Billikens are 8-1. Doug, do you know what they are in the Ken Palm? Because the Ken Palm rules the world.
Oh gosh, how about 30?
Nope.
Okay.
42.
All right.
Missouri started the night last night at 45. Their 8-point win dropped them to 55.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Beat a good team. That's what you got to do.
Is Jerry Palm still out there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you better. But he still has bowl projections.
Palm rankings.
Illinois, for the record, ranked number 9. Anybody want to guess who's number 1?
This is in college basketball.
Michigan is correct.
Well,
they've smoked teams.
Michigan.
That's like Schertz's
number 1.
best friend, Dusty May.
Yeah.
Iowa State is really good.
Iowa State is number 2.
They destroyed Purdue.
Yeah.
At Purdue.
Right.
All right, let me play that game of if they're good, we're good, right? Okay.
We're going Marquetting.
No, we're done.
They don't have much.
No, we're done
to
for the
hold
year.
up.
We've moved on.
We've moved on to 2026,
Don't worry about it. We're
2027.
focused on this heart-to-heart we'll have with Coach at the end of the year. That's
93 for Marquette on your Ken Palm ranking.
Yeah, I didn't ask.
One ahead of the Dons. Still ahead of the Dons.
What I was saying is we'll get to Shaka and this idea. So Iowa State, really good, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Beat Iowa last night. Good rivalry game. 66-62. So Iowa, maybe decent, right?
They have, what's his name from Drake last year, the coach and the best
Coach
player.
and the best player. Iowa, pretty good, right? And didn't St. Louis secretly pound on them a little bit? Remember they had one of those little preseason get-togethers.
The scrimmage.
And apparently, remember Schertz was joking that it got out there that the Billikens won. So I'm saying SLU beats Iowa in a hidden secret gym. And then Iowa right there with Iowa State. So, pretty good. Did I sell you on that?
Yeah, nice.
That's not a
transitive
Ken Palm.
property.
Transitive property. There you go. So the Bills are good.
Yeah, Billikens taking on the Dons tomorrow, and you can get your tickets at SLUBillikens.com. I'm telling you, this is a good basketball team. I'm telling you, this is a good basketball team. And I think they're going to get a lot more attention because I think they're going to continue to surge. And then also, we are looking for a good story locally.
Does Guy Phillips announce when, welcome everybody to the Shavens. We noticed Tim's here tonight. Will that be acknowledged?
I don't know. I slipped. I always carry $10,000 in cash with me, kind of like Sharon Stone's character. Was that Ginger in Casino?
Yeah, Ginger.
What her name was.
Just kind of make sure that I'm taken care of. And I handed him $1,000 and said, "Don't let people know I'm here.
Don't let people know.
Because I can't sign. I can't sign today.
No.
With my family. I can't sign when I'm with my family."
I asked Joe Buck one time if it was true that his dad would walk around the stadium and hand people $100 bills. "How are you today?" And Joe goes, "Yes, it was true. That's why he was still working when he was 80. He just hand people. He was famous for doing that. Boy, can you imagine that? Here comes Mr. Buck. He just hand you a $100 bill.
A friend of the program, Mickey Carroll. You may know him from The Wizard of Oz and estate lawsuits. He would just hand you an autographed picture of him with Judy Garland. Whether you wanted it or not, honestly.
And if you're really lucky, you got those little mini slippers.
That's correct.
He would hand you little mini slippers.
Yeah, I'm actually wearing them.
When I worked in Miami at an NBC affiliate, the NBC network had a bureau down there, and that bureau would go and cover international stories that happened in Central America, South America, the Caribbean, wherever. And every now and then, they would hire out one of the people at our station to tie thousands of dollars in cash around his waist under his shirt to go with the NBC crew so that they would have money to spend in some of these other places. I always thought it seemed a little dangerous to me.
Yeah, high risk.
To be walking around with $10,000 or so in cash.
That's almost like a CIA operation.
Yeah. I guess they didn't want to spend credit cards, or I don't know why they did it that way, but that's what they did.
Guys, there was another St. Louis legend who would hand out gift cards with odd amounts of money remaining on them. That's from the Dogtown Astro Band.
Well, you take any gift card you can get, right?
Yourself over here, get you a little snack or something there. There's just probably $4.45 left on that. Oh, $4.45? No, $4, 45 cents. Usually for a lot of styrofoam cups of sodies. Always get a to-go box, Tim. If you have a house account somewhere, the key is to abuse the privilege. And then when you leave, ask for 2 or 3 styrofoam boxes of to-go.
Kellen Thames is a bad, bad man, boys. That's from Mary Jo from Missouri. That's not Lulu.
No.
But that's Mary Jo from Missouri.
So, yeah.
One of the many ladies who listen to this program. You can text in as well, 314-399-9646. You can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Open up your YouTube app, type TMA STL, and that's how you can listen to the program. You can go back. You can watch the program. You can talk it over with other listeners as well. Got Gabe DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton, coming up at 9 o'clock. Joey Vitale coming up at 9:30. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up at 10:45. The program is called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Papers was talking about it, the build-up to Christmas. Well, it's underway at Schnucks. It's the 12 days of savings, and it begins today, December 12th. Going to get 25% off your holiday essentials like fresh berries, party trays, baked goods, and more. Schnucks has you covered. The 12 days of savings starting December 12th. That's today, all the way through December 23rd. We'll add a new digital coupon to the Schnucks Rewards app each day during this event. Just clip that coupon, then shop and check out with your Schnucks Rewards account to get the discount. Each offer available in the Schnucks Rewards app only, and it lasts just one day. So be sure to grab these hot deals while you can. It's a good incentive, good reminder. If you have not downloaded the Schnucks Rewards app, now is the time to do it, in time for the 12 days of savings. That way you get the alerts each day, what you can save on, 25% off each day as we count down towards Christmas. Check out the weekly ad to view all the great deals and plan your shopping December 12th through the 23rd. Visit Schnucks Rewards app for full details. It's 12 days of savings at Schnucks.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues lose last night. Get another bite at the apple tonight against the Blackhawks. It's going to be a pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
See, I told you, Doug spread love. It's a Brooklyn way.
Okay, I don't know that it is.
Biggie Smalls?
Yeah.
And he was the Notorious B. What was his real name? Biggie Smalls? Or what
Christopher Wallace.
Yeah. Chris Wallace.
That's right. Gee, sorry.
You said that like, of course you should
Yes,
know.
I know.
He's one of the most famous
Condescending.
rap artists of all time.
Now you're getting it, Doug. He's a little fresh, isn't he?
He's fresh.
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 And then you
would you like
slap
to
him.
get fresh with Jackson? 314. That's right. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in and get fresh with Jackson. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. What? There was some controversy in the YouTube chat, Jackson? What happened?
Just some ne'er-do-well looking to cause trouble. And you know what I did?
Isn't that essentially?
No, but this was like intentional. Like it can't even be said what the person was saying.
But isn't that essentially?
Like no, it was like third grade kind of just like saying naughty words without just like bodily fluids and such. I gave him the heave-ho.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I didn't know you could give the heave-ho.
In the YouTube chat, I can give the heave-ho. Yeah.
Walking.
I do. It's so rare. I don't think I've done it in a year.
In the, what have we been on this station, 14 months?
Yeah.
You haven't heave-hoed?
I can't even remember the last time I did it.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about that?
But the chairman texted me that there's some nonsense going on in there.
Blocking.
Yeah, and the sheriff came in town and he cleared it out.
Wyatt Earp.
Yep.
It is the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. Coming up on the Stiefel dossier, the Colonel's with us at 9 o'clock, Joey Vitale at 9:30. The positive last night, Doug, Ginger got one. You like that? Ginger and Robbie Fabry, best player on the ice for the Blues, and that's consistent with what Jim Montgomery said following the game. Braden Shedd saying the same thing. Lou Korak, who Iggy one time tweeted creepy at, and we still don't know what the reasoning was, tweeted out early in the game. I will say this, Robbie Fabry is playing hard, skating hard tonight, throwing the body, making some plays. This might work. We'll see. And then friend of the program, the Nonling, who I was texting with at about 6 this morning, he quote tweeted that and said, NHL quality player uncorrupted by group with bad habits.
Habits.
And so the Nonling is of the opinion that inevitably something's happened and something's happening soon. Now, you can't make moves between December 20th and December 27th, Doug. It's a holiday shutdown in the NHL.
So I won't make any.
So you got a week and a day to see if the Blues make a move. Do you think they make a trade before December 20th? Go!
I'll say yes. Yes, I do think
Predictionary time.
It's predictionary season.
Yep, I'm on it. So what's the date again? I'm sorry.
December 20th.
Blues trade prior to December 20th. Doug, you say yes.
It can be any kind of trade, even if it's a minor little deal.
It has
A hockey trade.
It has to be a hockey trade.
Hockey trade. They're all hockey trades.
No, so major league talent for major league talent. Back forth.
I'll say yes.
Oh, I'm on you.
I don't know how you
Are we
can-
going unanimous?
Doug,
I'll
yes.
say no.
Martin, no. Tim,
Although
yes.
they're getting
I'm going yes.
calls already about Hugh McKing, I think
Ginger.
they'll hold on to him.
I don't know how you could watch a game last night and think, yeah, we got the right group. We're going places. We got to do nothing. We got to stand pat.
Here's what the Nonlings got. It's like I get my own personal column every morning. 1 week later, and it's the same lack of compete nonsense. I don't think proximity to a playoff spot is part of Armstrong's calculus at all right now. It's been the same trend for years. A talented group that decides to play good hockey in February around the deadline time. This group has made the playoffs one time running this playbook. It's simply unfathomable to believe that Armstrong has any trust left in this collection of guys. On top of the team culture, they're really lacking key roles in the build. Parayko played like a low-end number one last season. That was an anomaly. They don't have a number one defenseman. Thomas isn't consistently playing like a top center. They need those roles filled with absolutes, not inconsistencies, and they need a group that understands that a season is 82 games long. Something's got to happen here. There you go. My personal column from the non-league, and I love it.
I agree with most of it. I don't know if you can say this is a talented group. Are they really? Do they really have a lot of talent on the group? A lot of offensive talent? I don't know about that. Two of the guys that do have offensive talent are hurt. That of course, is a big factor at the moment. But I don't know that you look up and down the roster and you go, wow, this is really very talented. There's a couple players, but for the most part, it's kind of a collection of guys right now.
I am kind of surprised when you look at Nashville with Forsberg and O'Reilly and Stamkos, who had 4 goals. Count them. He nearly took care of that over-under by himself. Wow. Stamkos with 4. They still got Yossi. I know they're an older team, but it seems like they should be better. But I think the Blues at this point have shown you who they are. That's 32 games. And I know in the NHL there's a lot of games that go to overtime, shootout, so each team has that zip code-looking record. But still, you've played 32 games, and in regulation you won 11 times.
Worst goal differential in the league. That says something, too. And it was before last night when they tacked on another -5.
And with regard to that goal differential, it's not really close. They have that mark pretty comfortably. The Blues are at a -35.
Jeez. It's nice to get that sealed away.
And the next worst team is Vancouver at -24. So there's a pretty healthy gap.
Not close.
And what are you on pace for, -85?
I think that might be about right.
Ish.
With regard to trades, he says, my guess is some serious trade discussions are happening now. I think it's almost a given that Shen and Falk will not finish the year here. JR said on the show Wednesday that he could see someone from the presumed core going. That's Thomas, Kyrou, Buchnevich was his example, being moved. I don't think you can rule it out if it's for serious value. Binnington, however, is an interesting scenario in terms of timing and value. Does someone want to give up a lot for a goalie? Is there added risk now for a team knowing that he's likely going to be playing extra games in the Olympics? Does he have any more value if they wait until he potentially wins a gold medal? That is the non-league on the Blues and a trade.
Well, they need a lot. See, right now they've given up more goals than any other team in the league and scored less goals than any team in the league except for Seattle.
Close to
other than that, they've got the Quinella there.
And a reminder, tonight, Blues and Blackhawks on television. Of course, we're partial to the radio here, but it's on ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, and Hulu. Dan O'Neill, friend of the note, friend of the show, reminding the listeners, the audience, Blues Hawks tonight, ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, and Hulu.
Doug, you can settle in. Friday night's pizza night.
Okay.
Come on over.
I've got Gordy. I don't know how much settling
he can come on.
Put it down. Put it down. No, that's breakable. Get out of the lights. Put down the remote. Put it down.
Can you put him on a leash?
What I'll be doing. No, I don't put him on a leash.
He's 2, right?
He'll be 2 here in a week. So, yeah, he's everywhere. He's all over the place.
So he can hang out with my 3-year-old, and we'll just relax and have pizza and watch the Blues.
The 3-year-old calm down? He's kind of under control at this point, right? At 3?
98% of the time, he might be the happiest person going, which further adds into the theory that he's not mine. And then, except he was conceived during a commercial break on the show.
Yeah.
And then, when he gets angry, 2% of the time, he's the angriest hornet in town.
Really?
98%. But then when he's not happy, ooh. But I do like the fact that he attacks his 8-year-old brother. Kind of proud of him for that.
How's that go for him?
He goes after Banny Little Rooster, charges him. I said to the 8-year-old, I said, you can't be picking. I said, if a 13-year-old was picking on you and you're 8, he'd have a problem on his hands. I go, you're 8 picking on a 3-year-old. You think that's an accomplishment? What are we doing here? But then the 3-year-old now, he has responded, and he will charge him. And I mean, he comes after him, Doug, and he's flailing. Like when you get the green mist in your eye and you're wrestling, or the white powder, not the white horse, but the white powder, and you're in the squared circle, and the guy's blind, and he's flailing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I got going on in my living room.
Okay.
Well, I think Monty's been looking a good response. I like a good response.
Well,
so bring Gordy over, and we can have that going on tonight. We'll relax.
Younger brothers are usually a little tougher. A lot of times a lot better athletes because they struggle to keep up with the big brother.
Yeah.
Big brothers tend to be the leaders, and the little kids tend to be the fighters and the athletes.
There is something to what's going on with that. Let's do a little
Well,
psychology.
there's a lot to do with birth order determining your fate in life. I read an article once that said nearly all United States presidents were the oldest kids in their family. And CEOs tend to be the oldest kid in the family. And most professional athletes and actors tend to have older siblings for whatever reason.
Martin, where do you fall in the...
Now, most people aren't presidents, CEOs, or actors, but it certainly affects your personality, I think, where you are in the birth order.
You're the youngest.
Youngest of three. The
Doug,
baby
youngest?
of the family.
Or the middle? Doug, nurse?
Me, I'm youngest.
Oh, well,
And when you're the youngest...
the youngest by a lot.
Yeah, youngest.
Look at that. Look at this younger group.
And I'm the oldest of four. You know, Irish Catholic thing going on.
And the siblings look up to you to this day.
Not height-wise.
Did you pick on them?
No, I mean, my sister's 13 years younger than me, so that would be a little weird. I was already off to Missouri, not graduating.
Yeah, it would have been weird to come back and start flicking the ears of her baby sister.
Hey, give me a bush light, sis.
And then my brother Kevin, who's always thanked at the end of the program, is 6 years younger than me. So, but that's what I say to my 8-year-old. I go, "What are we doing? He's 3. That's not an accomplishment."
But there's no one else there to pick on. Who else is he going to pick on?
Go out to the streets and just start scrapping like we do on the south side.
Yeah, the tough streets of Kirkwood.
A neighbor kid.
We'll take him down to the south side.
Vitale's kid would just start kicking people in the shins.
His kids are feral.
Well, I have a carport.
Yeah. See? Speaking of angry, I'm picking up Iggy at 10. He's coming on the podcast today as a co-host. We're going to talk drugs, sex with 500, and Los Lonely Boys. That's from the Recovering Alcoholic. Iggy's making the holiday tour on podcasts.
He really is.
Martin, why don't you have him on your podcast?
Iggy?
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind that.
There you go. I think it'd be a delight. Yeah, we
There's
did 2
a
hours
lot
with
of ground to cover.
Yeah, there is.
We worked together at 590 once, twice. Worked at 1380.
Oh.
Never got Employee of the Month.
He never did?
No.
Upset.
Anybody else feel like Doug with the good hair just made up all that stuff about the presidents? That's from Arbor Day.
No.
I think he's probably right on that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of examples like Jimmy Carter, president, his brother was a goofball. And there's been others like that,
Bill
too.
Clinton.
Clinton had the same thing going on.
Remember Billy Carter had Billy Beer? Jimmy was the president, came out with Billy Beer. Then Roger Clinton was a singer, kind of, lounge singer-ish. He'd be a good surprise kid.
Yeah,
if you're the oldest kid, your parents kind of expect a little bit more from you to take care of the younger ones, so you kind of get that leadership thing at a young age.
Does youngest typically mean AM talk radio? I can alert my little sister to change her career. That's from the Horny Banker.
Could lead to that, yeah. You better step in now.
Hey, guys, how does birth order affect broadcast journalism success? Thanks. That's from Big Tuft.
There's not much at all that can help you with success in broadcast journalism.
No, you could have just ended it.
Jimmy Carter, peanut farmer, Ronald Reagan, tear down that wall. First George Bush, spent them all invasion. Bill Clinton, impeachment. George Bush 2, 9/11 revenge. Barack Obama, current term. Will he make it back again?
He never referenced birth order.
And it's like Jimmy Carter, peanut farmer. One of my favorite lines from that.
Look at this. We've got data sent in. Who sent this in? Was this Arbor Day? This is why Arbor Day. Man, I mean, he's so good. Let's see. John Adams, Doug. He had 2 siblings, and he was firstborn. James Madison. He had 11 siblings. He's Irish Catholic. He was firstborn. James K. Polk. Firstborn. 9 siblings. Ulysses S. Grant, who wanted to live right by Coriezu.
Yeah, I had a nice cabin there.
Yeah.
I see it on Graboy there.
He had 5 siblings. Oldest. Warren G. Harding. 7 siblings. Oldest. Calvin Coolidge, one of our nation's greatest. 1 sibling. Oldest. LBJ. He liked to talk on the potty. Kind of like Gabe's post-game show. Oldest of 4. Gerald Ford, oldest of 6. Jimmy Carter.
Chicken wings on the potty.
There it is.
No,
There's
LBJ calling into Gabe's post.
That's correct. Not happy with Kirby Moore. Jimmy Carter, oldest of 4. George W. Bush, I didn't know this, oldest of 5. Joe Biden, oldest of 3. But then what Arbor Day is presenting is then every other president was not the oldest.
Jimmy Carter, peanut farmer.
A lot of them in recent years have been Biden, Bush, Carter, Ford.
Ronald Reagan was an only child. FDR, only child.
Yeah. That counts as oldest.
Yeah.
The youngest. True about it.
William Taft was the seventh born in his family.
Is he the one that got stuck in the bathtub?
Yes, he sure did.
No.
Yeah. President
Still
and
hasn't been
Supreme
able
Court
to
Justice.
shake that. Still hasn't been able to
That's
live that
tough.
down.
I don't know if that's going to turn at this point.
Well, we'll take your calls, your texts.
Trump had an older brother, right? I think he did.
He is fourth born in his family.
Okay.
Yeah. Going off of Tim's height, I'm guessing the oldest kid is 1.5 feet and the other one is about 7 or 8 inches tall. That's from Tim's toothless bottom boy.
Papers, you might have to call up some of that LBJ audio when he's getting measured for the suit.
Talking about Jumbo?
Oh, no. He's talking about what he wants from his
Dangling?
tailor when he gets.
Yeah.
How he's giving his tailor instructions.
He needs
on
a little room
how to
down
do his
there.
pants.
Right. Well, I think he called his love Jumbo.
Clip that off.
Is he?
Pretty sure.
Was he burping and farting the whole time?
Well, he'd
Just
hold
kinda-
the meetings in the washroom, right? Pretty
So is
gross.
Hey, Pucker Carlson, you were wrong. Just wear it, you crusty old coot. That's from Arbor Day, who has sent in the date on the birth order.
I'm going to suspend you
He's
for the
gone. The top texter has been suspended.
Arbor
a moment.
Day, you just got yourself suspended for your commentary. Suspended for a period of 2 days' time, and I'm hitting you with a tariff of 45%. Bringing a lot of money to the station.
Oh, unbelievable. You can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, longtime TMA sponsor. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. The holidays fast approaching. You'll be gathering with friends and family. Hopefully, we'll have some time off. Enjoy it with a Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, longtime TMA sponsor and sponsor of the YouTube chat. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock as Missouri's schedule for 2026 released last night, plus a win over Alabama State that was so impressive that it dropped them 10 spots from 45 to 55 in the Ken Palm, and Joey Vitale at 9:30. Drops of the week coming up here on the Morning After as well, and you are welcome to call in, especially if your name is Lulu. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. And, of course, you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is from The King and I, right?
Yul Brynner.
There's Yul.
And Eddie Murphy on his Netflix documentary said Yul Brynner wanted him to sleep with his wife.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, my God.
Really?
No, that was my biggest takeaway from it.
Talk about unpacking unnecessary laundry.
He wanted him to.
Yul Brenner's widow or
What's in
probably...
it for Yul? He enjoys sitting in the cuckold chair.
Clip that off.
It's Yul Brynner taking shower. Allegedly. Fine young man, actor, great man, who filmed himself. Papers, you may not know this. Yul, much like Hugh, you don't have a lot of Yules out there, filmed himself while he was alive saying, "Don't smoke. I did, and I'm dead now."
Is that right?
Yeah. No, did you know that?
I did not know that.
No, he filmed an anti-smoking campaign before he died.
Yeah.
That they could play. And do you remember this, Doug? After he died, they would play it, and he'd say, "Smoking killed me. That's why I'm not here anymore." But he recorded it.
It's interesting.
Okay.
I see it now.
Do you see it?
The 636 is mad that we're not talking Missouri State. Is Doug aware that Missouri State lost their football coach to Coastal Carolina? Also, why does Doug hate Missouri State? That's from the 636.
I don't hate Missouri State. I was aware of that.
Ryan Beard.
Who's the son-in-law of Bobby Petrino.
Heading to the Chanticleers.
That doesn't seem like a huge step up, does it?
Coastal Carolina has been a pretty standard powerhouse in their kind of division for a while now.
Just seems like
there's probably a year
you kind of got it going at Missouri State. You might hang on another year or two till you make a little bit bigger jump than that.
I think you make a jump to Coastal, and then if you're successful at Coastal, you can make a jump to Power 4.
Might double the salary, maybe.
Yeah, Coastal is no offense, a better job. Coastal would have made the college football playoff.
I don't know why anyone would want to leave Missouri.
Nice. There you go. There you go. That's Doug Vaughn, ladies and gentlemen, as folksy as all get out. It is TMA, the show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel, where Too Fat to Kayak's talking to eggplant emojis, and Walrus King, they're in there, and you can talk it over with them by opening the YouTube app, typing TMA STL, and now you are engaged in a conversation, just like we'll be engaged in the conversation with Joey Vitale and Gabe DeArmond coming up on the Stiefel dossier. Gabe at 9 o'clock, Joey Vitale coming your way at 9:30. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. The Missouri football schedule announced last night. The SEC Network doing that special, and we will give it to you momentarily. But after they went through everybody's schedule, here is Gene Chiswick's reaction on the SEC Network.
Oh, okay. All right.
To the point where we tell everybody who we think has the toughest schedule in the SEC, the class of 26, and you are first.
Missouri.
Okay.
I already said it a little, alluded to that a little bit earlier, but look, they got 4 college playoff football teams on their schedule, including Texas as well. They got to go on the road to Kansas. Do we think Kansas is the end-all, be-all of football? No, but that is a huge rivalry that people don't understand.
Jalen Daniels is finally done.
Yeah,
right?
he's finally done. It's like 6 years.
Yeah.
Right? But Mizzou's got to go on the road to Kansas. That's not an easy out. So 4 college football playoff teams, and they end with 9 straight SEC games, guys. 9 straight. Why? Because they loaded the front end of the schedule. And the last 3 are Texas, Georgia, and OU, the last 3 out of 4. That's brutal.
This is brutal.
Oh, Gabe chimed in right there at the end. Didn't hear that.
At least we got Arkansas, Pine Bluff, and Troy. We got those 2.
It opens up on September 5th at home against Arkansas Pine Bluff.
So they're not doing the Thursday thing this time.
No, I guess not. And then they travel to Rock Chalk Jayhawk on September 12th. Back at home against Troy. Then their opening SEC game is in Starkville. Doug, the Cowbells will be out.
Anybody else sniffing 4-0 right now?
Nice. Against Hale State. Back home. And now it gets nice and juicy in October, brother. At home against the Gators.
5-0.
For homecoming. And here comes Mike Elko and the Texas A&M Aggies.
5-1.
Then off to Hotty Toddy.
Well, 5-2.
We're going to take the 24th of October off, and then we're going to head down to Fayetteville.
6-2. Hello.
Now we're back home. And here comes Steve Sarkisian.
6-3. Okay.
Now we got to go between the hedges.
Okay, 6-4.
Now we get to see Kentucky.
Hello, Kentucky, 7-4.
And we'll wrap things up on Thanksgiving weekend against Boomer Sooner.
7-5.
The extension game.
Drinkwitz does not get a raise and an extension.
So you got 7-5 penciled in.
That's kind of almost best case scenario, isn't it?
We don't even know who's on the team yet. You give Lenardi trouble for his bracketology. We don't know who's on the team.
Yeah.
We don't know who's on the other teams.
Doug, what's the score of the Kansas game?
Mizzou wins 31-28.
Oh, wow.
Take that.
Score of the A&M game?
Mizzou loses 42-17.
Okay. Disappointing. Bunch of bull crud out there that we don't win big games.
6-6 incoming. Elia not getting that auto extension after next season. Tim, that Oklahoma game after Thanksgiving will be known as the extension game moving forward. No more gimmies for Mizzou to close out the season. That's from Steven time.
Yeah, first time not playing Arkansas.
I enjoy the fact that it's not Arkansas.
Arkansas fans traditionally loved playing LSU the Friday after Thanksgiving. I recall that from my brief stint in Little Rock Television. Humble brag. And that was a tradition. That was the CBS game at like 1:30 on the day after Thanksgiving. And then that went away when Missouri got into the SEC. And so that now is going back. Meanwhile, they will try to cultivate the old Big 8, Big 12 rivalry with Missouri and Oklahoma wrapping up the season as they are a permanent Missouri opponent.
I like that.
Guys, Mizzou should move to the Sun Belt.
Oh, come on. That's drastic.
Sniffing holes. Drake sees Mizzou's schedule and immediately accepts the Michigan job. That's from the 618.
There are certainly worse schedules out there in the SEC to have than the Missouris.
Gene Chizik doesn't see it.
It's hard. It's certainly harder than the last few years. But, I mean, it also, we don't know who's going to be. Ole Miss looked great this year. They have a new coach. Who knows who's going to be sticking around? You can expect Georgia, A&M, and Texas to probably be pretty strong. We don't know what Florida's going to look like either. They got a new coach. Whole new system there. And maybe teams are better than in years past. Arkansas could be better. Mississippi State could be better. You just don't know.
I understand why the term the calendar is getting as much attention as it is, and I think it should with regard to recruiting and the portal, and that you had signing day in championship week and the portal opens in the midst of the playoff. And I certainly understand the playoff and the issues with that, and I am all for changes, and there will be changes. But I think one of the elements of college football that does not get near the attention that it deserves is the schedule, because a team's success is tied to their schedule. It's essentially a luck of the draw thing. Man, BYU, should they be in? Okay, but if BYU is sitting in the SEC, is BYU even an 8-win team? I honestly don't think so. And then Ole Miss. Ole Miss had an incredibly favorable schedule this year. And don't get me wrong, they went to Norman and got a win. And Oklahoma had a tough schedule, and they were able to navigate it and get themselves into the college football playoff. But Texas A&M had a very, as it turned out, weak schedule in the conference. And that's the benefit of the whole thing. So I don't have a solution for it, but I don't think that that's getting near the attention. And maybe it's not getting near the attention because, number one, people aren't paying attention to it, and number two, there really isn't a solution for it unless you were to go into some form of divisions that create consistent opponents. And I believe at one time, Doug, there were divisions. I remember the Big Ten's Legends and Leaders divisions.
Right, I like that. I didn't like the name, but I like the tidy little geographically formulated conferences. I thought that was perfect.
According to who?
Didn't appreciate it at the time.
Arch said that to you?
No.
I heard the MLS is going to do that. I know you guys love some good soccer talk, but right now they have the conferences. And you just look, and it's just like 16, 15 teams all in one big block.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to break it down into divisions, Doug.
9-game SEC schedule with one bye week as opposed to 2. Whew, boy, that's Al in Dadeville. Yeah, Doug, only one bye week.
Okay.
I kind of like that.
Good. I don't like bye weeks. I like weeks when they play.
One's enough.
One bye week and only 2 butt-ass at non-conference. I like that.
It's a better schedule.
But it's going to put people to the test. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that last month is tough.
Auburn's got a really rough one. I mean, from what I don't want to contradict myself considering I just said we don't know, but they have Florida at home, Vanderbilt at home, then at Tennessee, at Georgia, home against LSU, at Ole Miss, and they finish off the year, of course, at Alabama.
You rattled through that. I don't know who you were talking about. Who was it?
Auburn.
Oh, War Eagle?
Yeah. Alex Gold.
Yeah, that sounds tougher than Mizzou's schedule.
You look at many of the SEC schedules based on the depth of the SEC and say, wow, they got a tough one. It's just tough
It's a tough
sledding.
conference.
Tough sledding all the way around. Mizzou's had some years where they kind of got off easy. Let's suck it up. Let's not worry about the tough schedule. Let's get it done.
Yeah. Eat what you kill.
Sure hope we get a kicker before that schedule. That's Grimy from South County.
Blake Craig.
He'll be
get
back,
well soon.
right?
You think Boots will be back?
He could be back. I don't think he's going to be putting his foot in the turf again, though.
I feel like
You think he just might go to school in Columbia?
Yeah, he could be Truman.
It could be Truman. I feel like he might just
No
check
offense.
out. To him or Truman?
Both.
Both. B-O-F-F?
Just one F.
Truman's probably a pretty big honor, though, isn't it? For the cheerleader class.
Yeah, I bet it's cool.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think Caller Buzz was Truman.
Yeah.
if I'm not
It's the
mistaken.
same guy the whole year?
Yeah,
No, I
Buzz.
think they have different.
Yeah, I think he's in his 40s now, but he's still doing it. It's awesome.
Really?
Guys, 8-4 SEC teams are going to be bitching about missing the playoff, and the thing is, they might be right. That's from Stephen Time. Well, Stephen Time and I are on the right page. Same page, which of course is the right page. 314-399-9646. Yeah, I don't know what the solution to it is, but that is what you got. And I don't know if that then leads to the Big Ten and the SEC breaking away when they're sitting there going, holy crap, this 9-3 team is on the outside looking in. But that's because they played 5 teams who were, in the college football playoff. And, also if you're Texas playing Ohio State and they beat them, and then you lost to Texas, it just can be, I don't have the solution to it, but when you take a look at it, it's not like Texas A&M did anything wrong. Hell, they went to South Bend this year, and they had what looked like some difficult games, but as it turned out, weren't on their SEC schedule. I mean, the one that you would circle going into the year, hell, going into October, was at LSU on a Saturday night. LSU wound up being, bad enough that they fired their coach.
Well, all these teams wanted badly to get into the Big Ten and the SEC, and now they're dealing with one of the consequences of that.
The result of the giant conferences is the teams get the best draws for easy schedules. We'll have a leg up for the playoff spots for the second-tier teams in the conference. That's from the other Indiana listener. That is correct. And so you can say the schedules have always been key, but the difference is they were playing when they were in the Big 8 and Big 12 in divisions, or in the Big 8, they were just playing all 7 of the other teams in the conference. And then up until 2 years ago, there were divisions. And so the teams in the SEC East were playing everybody in the East. And I realize it was a break on who you would play in the West, but at least there was some consistent opposition for who would advance. I don't know what the solution is there. Big Ten's got 18 schools. SEC's got 16 schools. But I wonder if you'll see divisions come back.
I feel like the Big Ten would need it more than anybody, just to try to get some
2 9-team divisions,
I guess. Or they could just let's add 2 more teams, 10 apiece.
Now you're taking money out of people's pockets.
Yeah. Well,
Okay. Well, then it might be good to leave the boardroom.
Well, all right. Well, then they can then Indiana can keep playing nobody. That's the other option.
I mean, they did go to Eugene.
And
it's not their fault that Happy Valley wound up being
for sure. But I'm just saying, don't you think some level of consistency and making sure you have marquee matchups?
I would prefer it. That's what I'm saying. That's my whole premise. But when you add 2 teams and that doesn't add to the top line as far as the television revenue goes, then you got a problem.
Sure, but then you could also argue that you'd have increased viewership if you're making sure you're getting marquee matchups.
Well, that benefits the networks, not the schools. The schools have a television deal.
Fair. I guess I'm more thinking towards the renegotiation down the road.
Right. But right now you're dividing the pie up by 18. So if you divide it by 20, but you're not increasing revenue, then you're taking money out of the pockets, and they're probably not going to be on board with that. But the Big Ten aggressively expanded to try to improve their television deal, which they did, but it diluted the quality of the product by including our friends at Rutgers.
Right.
And Maryland.
Kind of an MLS kind of problem. Getting a little
don't you dare.
Getting maybe a little bloated in the interest of making
guy's
some more
going after
money.
the dog. He's right here.
Might be short-sighted. I'm just saying, might be short-sighted. I don't know, Martin.
And they don't have a head coach still?
Up for debate.
North Carolina and Virginia are going to go to the SEC. I wish I could bet on it. It is happening. That's from Steven Time. Why don't you get on that Poly Market, Steven Time?
North Carolina? Wow. I mean, that's like a flagship program in the ACC.
That'd be a big ad for the SEC.
I feel like it'd be a bigger loss for the ACC.
I guess it'd get you that North Carolina,
Basketball
South
wise.
Carolina thing, too.
Yeah, I guess that's
rivalry.
Doug, I was Truman and used to sleep with other mascots in the costume. Sometimes you got a girl, and when you were lucky, you got a guy. That's from...
Oh, gosh. Why would you direct that to me? I'm no furry.
Nipping hole.
Lay it on me, Gabe.
I'm no furry. Can you clip that off? Is Holiday in the drops?
You better believe it.
Okay, because that was a Thursday call.
Yeah, oh yeah, I can make
Friday
that. I
drop.
can make that turnaround.
Okay. I didn't know. Sometimes they have a little history to them.
Sometimes if something's clip offable enough before drops of the week on Friday, I can get it in there.
How about that?
Wow, clip.
That's what this guy will do for you.
When are the drops, buddy?
Next segment, if
Next
you want.
segment,
Whenever you want.
Pre-game. I'm just trying to follow along, Professor.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, you know anything about Design Air? I think you do. I feel like you do.
Well, I do, because I've had them out to my house for regular maintenance every year. That's what the smart thing to do is, especially if you have a gas furnace. You need somebody to go out there, make sure that it is in proper working order so that when it gets really cold, like it's going to be this weekend, you know and you can count on your furnace working. That's what Design Air has been doing for St. Louis since, 1904, 121 years in business now for Seth Goldkamp and his family that goes back. He's fourth generation now, the family that has owned that business. They do just a fantastic job. They believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions at Design Air. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904, and they are also home of the handsome repairmen, guys like Larry, the Silver Fox, the Dashing Steve, bold and daring Adam. There's the rugged Joe. Maybe he'll bring along Joey. We don't know for sure. There's the highly regarded Brian, the very helpful Anthony. Any of these guys, a lot of their technicians have been with them for a long time. There's nothing that you could throw at them that they haven't seen and they haven't fixed, and they'd love the chance to help you with any issue you might have with your furnace this winter. That's designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air sponsor the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Gabe DeArmond, Joey Vitale coming up on the Stiefel dossier and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Drops of the week next year on TMA 101 ESPN.
Tomorrow is the day. It's going to be cold as all get out, so it's a good day. It's always a good day, but head inside at the Village Bar, and while you're there, Saturday, noon to 5, the tasting room is open for 1879 Distilling. You've heard me talking about Red Barn Vodka, 1879 Rye, 1879 Bourbon. They have so many different options for you to sample. The tasting room opens Saturdays only in December, noon to 5. So stop by the Village Bar right there in DePere. You know all about it. The barn out back is where they make these award-winning premium small batch liquors like Red Barn Vodka. You can taste it, meet the folks who run it, and get a little tour of the distillery. All of that from noon to 5. It's connected to the Village Bar on the east end there. It's a really cool little speakeasy. They've got a gift shop inside there. So stop by, hang out with your friends. The games will all be on. Get a cheeseburger, some waffle fries, then slide right next door to the tasting room for $18.79. Find out more about their history here in town, why they started this in the first place, and the success that they're having. 1879distilling.com is the website. Stop by and see them this Saturday, noon to 5. The tasting room is open. 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
Is this the chairman of the board, Johnny Fontaine?
Well,
sounds like him.
He wasn't pleased with the Johnny Fontaine portrayal. But today is old Blue Eye's birthday.
Doug, he would have been 110.
That's right.
Am I right?
Yeah, 1915.
Yes.
Oh. Isn't that crazy to think Frank Sinatra was born in 1915?
Yeah.
You feel so modern while also feeling incredibly retro.
That's when you're a true superstar, is when you're timeless.
Absolutely. Yep.
Wow. Doesn't get better than this. Sinatra sitting around the fire.
Drinking a scotch.
Yelling at a prostitute.
You got some nog?
Not me, I'm
Right.
saying that feels like a Sinatra. Maybe the Joe Piscopo version.
You gonna have some nog this weekend?
Doug, you gonna have nog? Martin,
I
nog?
won't have nog.
What if we get the Friday night's pizza night? We'll wash it down with some nog.
Oh man!
Extra nutmeg.
I don't need
You're gonna have a 18-pound lead ball in your stomach if you drink eggnog and eat pizza all day.
Doesn't the nog always look like that hotel you stay at where they have like an omelet mix and it's just got like a pitcher full of eggs?
Yeah,
and you just
it's a nice assessment.
And you're like, I don't really want to drink that. What am I, Rocky?
It is pretty delicious.
You like a good nog?
Yeah, it's just
a
sweet.
small cup.
Yeah, a little goes a long way.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on nog, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in to our Callier and Thompson phone lines here on TMA 101 ESPN. And, of course, you're welcome to text in at 314-399-9646 and get involved in a myriad of ways by going in there and talking to Brian D47, Adam Welly, and DJ Patty Cakes, 263 friends in that TMA STL YouTube chat, which is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Doug, it is Friday, and it is 8:47 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, a officially licensed Rolex jeweler, and it means it's time for us to celebrate the week that was with Jackson's Drops of the Week.
Hit the lever, please, pal.
Morning After Drops of the Week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
And who was the guy doing Kegel exercises?
I have good nipples.
It's like, holy, what just fucking happened?
Give me a break, Midge.
I can show you the world.
Oh, wow. Is this Pete Bryson?
Shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? I want you to bend me over that.
Now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go!
Even if is talking.
Doug's being a real bitch.
Well, we're big Burl Eyes fans around here.
we are.
Yeah, she usually drops by the program.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
You really got out and spread your cheeks, didn't you?
Like, duh.
So I went to OB's and I got absolutely bamboo-goed.
I thought he preferred dick.
Spread your cheeks.
That was Drops of the Week.
Drop, down, drop. Get it.
Okay, so that's the show, huh?
What was
Like we're hitting our stride.
the big media chuckle? What was that?
That was during Philip Rivers talking about his
That's
weight.
right, yeah.
For a second, I was thinking LSU because we had a big media chuckle for that one, too.
I was trying to keep track on who that was. Okay.
Yeah, that was Philip Rivers.
Holiday was in there.
Well,
Talking about Richard
Burt Kreischer
Fitz.
talking about his nipples was in there.
That's what it was. I couldn't. I was trying to document
the program.
Burt
Burt
Kreischer, friend of the show, who's at the Enterprise Center on Sunday. All the big stars, Tim, they kind of want to just slide through the show on their way into town.
Yep. Hype it up. Sell tickets. That's what we do. We move product on this program.
Okay.
We move
product.
Guys, don't you find it amazing that every time I write in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, I win? Google me. I win. Kelly School of Business, what up? Ripping bag with Jane this morning because it's always better to watch the sunrise when your heart rate's at 190 beats per minute. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. She did win yesterday.
That's good.
Ripping bag?
That off.
Missed it by just 2 minutes. It
When
wasn't in there.
Frank says, that's good. It drips with insincerity. like I really
Soaked
He
with.
really didn't care for it at all.
Yeah. In
But
fact, I
he's
think he
choosing-
probably thought it was not good.
Thought it was straight ass, but he's choosing to be polite. That's good.
Doug, nog with a nice vanilla whiskey is pretty delightful. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
I'm not going to have any nog. It
Why
just
not?
sounds horrible. It looks kind of gross.
You keep that nutmeg in the cabinet all year just for that week, Doug.
No, I'm not going to have nog. No thank yous.
Okay.
But you are coming over tonight with Gordy for pizza night. And we'll watch the Billikens, we'll watch the Blues. Big night, big doings. Carport Village.
I thought the Billiken game was tomorrow night.
Soccer tonight,
Oh, the soccer
7:30
game.
from Cary, North
anti-soccer
Carolina.
guy. Jackson's anti-hockey
Thinking
guy.
Billiken hoops.
NC State, first time in the College Cup since 1990.
They're guys who kick with both legs.
How about that analysis?
Guy Sinatra didn't drink scotch. He drank Jack Daniels. Nice show prep from Plowsy's dog guy.
Speaking of stars, why wasn't Tim mentioned in the STL Today article about celebs who live here? Doug, that's from Will Clark's post-game beverage.
So who lives here?
I don't know. I don't know what the article
Sounds
is.
like an interesting article.
Yeah.
Let me find out.
All right, fair enough. While you find out, I'll tell people that Brown & Krupin's the presenting sponsor of this program. Ed Herman was in with Brody, and that Brody's got more knowledge than all of us put together and squared, I think. And he comes in here and talks it over, and they can come in here and talk it over because they're local. And if you need a personal injury attorney, don't you want somebody who is local, who knows the local legal environment? Well, that's Brown & Krupin. Presenting sponsor of The Morning After, longtime presenting sponsor of The Morning After, online at brownandkrupin.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Krupin, a part of our community, both here in St. Louis and on The Morning After. After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. If you think you may need Brown & Krupin services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandkrupin.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Jackson Burkett now with the celebrities who live in the St. Louis area and the amount of frustration from Will Clark's post-game beverage that my home and residence was not listed.
Well, you got Tom Hanks. He lives in Oakville.
I knew he was in Oakville.
Ben Stiller. I think he back in the West End. He likes that city living.
Yeah, he travels to Knick games, just commutes. So this is from STL Today.
Okay, what do we got, Doug?
Daryl Strawberry. I think we've
had him on the program.
It's like O'Fallon area?
I don't know if they're going to
It's weird because he
give away like
their
their mailing address.
Okay.
He lived here, then he left, but they came back. It's very confusing. And he is so recognizable. I've told that story, Tim. Was it the St. Patrick's trivia night down at the Chaffetz? My wife's in the green room, and they would always get a lot of different celebs to read rounds of the trivia. And I walk in, and the lovely Kim's like, "Oh, I want you to meet Daryl." I was talking to this gentleman, and Daryl, "Tell my husband, what is it again you did?" And I said, I got this one. He said, "I played baseball." I said, I know who you are. And she had a lovely conversation with Daryl Strawberry. Could not, and I know he was hated as a Mets player. Not as hated as Dykstra and Backman.
Hated because he was so good.
Yeah,
and
he would rake, and he would bomb it out of that ballpark.
Yep.
That's an accomplishment.
My wife and I always talk about what a delight Daryl Strawberry is.
Richard Fortas, guitarist for Guns N' Roses.
Lives here?
That's what we got.
He's a native.
I wonder if he was at that photo shoot last week.
Phyllis Smith, you know her as Phyllis from The Office.
Does she really live here? Or
That's what it
keeps
says.
a home?
She lives in St. Louis with her mother.
A-listers?
South City.
Yeah, well, of course.
Okay.
All right. Sarah and Joel Crafty.
This is not a good sign when we don't know their names.
Again, this is per
household
people. STL Today. This is not per Jackson
So
Bennett.
they don't have our list. Because Matt Damon is where?
These
Hazelwood?
people are on, this Sarah and Joel Crafty, they're on TikTok whipping up some delicious-looking Christmas cookies or a mashed potato mountain.
That's why they're famous? They're TikTok people who make food?
Mashed potato mountain, like encounters.
Now I really am
Post-encounters.
pissed that Tim's not on this list.
That wasn't
right.
before, but counted him too.
Mary Englebright.
Okay.
Who does the
She's
drawings?
73, known for her whimsical greeting cards, quirky
Thank
home
you.
decor, bright illusion illustrations, and charming books. Once considered living elsewhere. That's a note in the article.
Haven't we all?
That really needs to go into
And
each.
then,
Jackson, your list sucks, man.
again, I want to reiterate, this is from St. Louis Post-Dispatch. This is not for me.
Wouldn't some of the,
on December
wouldn't some of the
4th.
former athletes be better known than these people?
You're asking
Joe
a question
Buck would
to
probably be
a
on
gentleman
this list.
who's simply reading. I am not unlike a narrator.
Why
Alan
would you even come
Hunter.
up with
One of
this
the
list?
Bush family.
Alan Hunter.
Yeah, former VJ.
VJ.
Did you do any research at all before you came up with this list?
Right. Maybe I'm being unclear. But that's what it is.
Did I
Six
stutter?
celebrities.
Okay.
7 if you count the couple as 2.
Wow. Lady Gaga, is she in Creve Coeur?
No.
Not listed. Nikki Glazer is kind of mentioned at the end here.
Wouldn't she be bigger than any of those people you've already
Well, I
mentioned?
think she lives a lot of places. She's very busy.
Okay.
Manute Bowl eligible says Dame Judi Dench lives in Cool Valley.
Is that right?
Well, Maggie Smith was in Pine Lawn.
Oh, yeah, the Pine Lawn Tourism Department in the YouTube chat.
Dame Judi Dench just turned 91.
Oh. And Eddie
St.
Murphy.
Louis sports are so bad that the St. Louis Post-Dispatch has to come up with this trash. That's from Choke Artist 1.6. He didn't enjoy that affair in Manitoba months ago, Doug, and things really haven't improved much since then, unfortunately. Oh, boy.
Did they not mention Wayne Gretzky on that list? He lives here at least part-time, doesn't he?
Yeah.
No mention of the great one.
But for the other, Mary Engelbright said, once considered moving.
That was, right after her description of what she does. She said, once considered living elsewhere, about 35 years ago, she and her husband decided to build a house in Vermont, drawn to the natural beauty of the region, but she has returned back to St. Louis.
Okay. You guys ever drawn to the natural beauty of Vermont and thought about
Foliage?
Yeah.
Mizzou ought to play
we had
that.
lakes
Why
here.
don't they play Vermont?
Did you know that Vermont is
trees.
the defending national champion in soccer? Did you know that?
The Catamounts?
It's a fun fact for no and tell.
I did not know that.
Yeah, fun fact for no and tell. How about that? Fun fact for no and tell. The Pelicans are going to
Slew?
try to end the reign of the Catamounts, Doug.
SLU has not reached a title game since 1974. Got a great, rich history, but that's a long time between appearances in the championship game. Last title was in 1973. Doug, it is time to right the wrong.
Yeah.
Billikens.
Rah, rah, rah. Billikens, shish, boom, bah.
Guys, I saw Phyllis at the South County Culvers about a decade ago when my kid was doing a fundraiser there. She was an absolute delight. That's from Stepdad Gary.
Seems like it.
And that feels like
it's
a real entry as opposed to some of our mock entries.
The Office cast multiple St. Louisans, Jackson. How many?
We have Phyllis Smith. We have
Rosati Kane. Am I right on that, Doug?
Yeah.
Rosati
I don't know
Kane?
what high school.
I judge people by where they went to high school.
Jenna Fisher.
Narings Hall, home of the Markers.
And then Ellie Kemper played Erin, and she went to John Burroughs.
That's right.
Tough area.
Right. So 3 for sure.
Well, Phyllis Smith went to Cleveland High School. Graduated from UMSL.
She went to Cleveland. I don't. For some reason, I thought she was attached to Rosati. Maybe she was part of that when they were trying to keep it
Wikipedia,
going.
which is never wrong.
Right, it's correct.
Except for when you have a guest on and you read something and they say, I'm sorry, where'd you get that from? Our research staff found it on Wikipedia. In the 1970s and 80s, Phyllis Smith was a dancer and cheerleader for the St. Louis Cardinals football team.
How about that?
Okay, then.
I did not know that.
No, I didn't.
She was also a burlesque performer, and she
Oh,
said there was no stripping, but she did wear feathers.
Clip that up.
She
Haven't we all?
Right.
Doug says no stripping, but I'll put on feathers.
John Ham's from St. Louis.
He sure is.
Stavros 516.
Yeah, we
Thank you,
know that.
Stavvy.
The topic was if they live here.
John Goodman doesn't live here at all, I guess.
Not
New
a-
Orleans.
he might not. That's just he just wasn't in the article.
Okay.
You stand behind your work, don't you?
Well, again, yeah. I'm just
you're
reading.
Perhaps you're not being clear.
Right.
Listening and learning.
Colonel's going to join us, and he's going to educate us. He's brought to you by James Carlton. That is coming up as we get underway in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Joey Vitale coming up at the bottom of the 9 o'clock hour. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com, 1045. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. FanDuel is where you can go and enjoy playing in Missouri. If you haven't heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State. And they're kicking things off with an offer that is tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose, whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more. You can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join in the excitement, because Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. Doug, you've got to play for us. What do we have?
Yeah, I see the Chiefs are 5.5-point favorites to beat the Chargers. I think the air is kind of out of the Chiefs' balloon. They've lost 4 out of 5. The Chargers very much in the playoff hunt. They'll be highly motivated. Chargers have beaten the Chiefs once already this year. I think the Chiefs will not win by 5.5. I think they'll probably even lose the game. So that's my play to you.
Well, going with the Chargers, Doug Vaughn. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement, because Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now throwable. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Rockets defeat the Clippers last night, 115-113. Amen Thompson with 20 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
There is a state which I live in, which is called Missouri. It is called Missouri. Missouri is where I live.
So good.
Missouri is where I live. Oh, Missouri is where I live.
I'm so pissed right now because Lenardi hasn't updated the bracketology since Tuesday.
There's no need to. He's making it all up.
Yikes. Yikes.
If you're going to make things up, you're really on no particular time schedule.
Think about that. He has fulfilled my life. Teammate 101 ESPN, Mark Hanna, has fulfilled my life. And he is the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. And Gabe also fulfills my life. And he's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys?
We just went through a list that Jackson prepared for us of the celebrities who live in the city of St. Louis. And Doug is alarmed by what?
We don't have a whole lot happening.
Yeah. who's the best one?
Don't ask, please.
Jackson,
I want to know, though.
Who's the best one?
I guess Daryl Strawberry would be the...
Did you know the straw man lived over here?
He lives in St. Louis?
Yeah, and he has for a while.
That's pretty big time.
Yeah, thank you. Who's the biggest celebrity living in Kansas City? And then taking the athletes out of the equation.
I'm looking at it. It says Don Cheadle lives in...
Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, but I'm taking the athletes out of the equation.
It says Don Cheadle.
Don Cheadle?
I mean, like, does Paul Rudd keep a condo downtown?
Yeah, I would think maybe Paul Rudd. I don't know if Tay-Tay has moved in with Travis Kelce or not. I don't know how that works.
Tate McRae's moving in with Jackson.
I thought she was with the kid Leroy.
One of our most famous, Mary Engelbreit, has thought about moving.
That's what it said. It said in the article.
Here's a tough one. It says Allie Kemper.
I literally don't know who any of these people are.
No.
Clip that off.
Are there former Tigers that live in Como that you see it like?
Jason Sutherland had a house fire last month. How about that?
That did happen. Yeah.
Lawrence Bowers.
There's a few. I see Lawrence Bowers a lot. I see Greg Church at the gym. There's some guys hanging around here.
What about the Band-Aid Man?
Yeah, I saw him last week at the Norm Stewart Classic.
How about that?
Derek Chivas, so he's back in Columbia.
Norm Stewart probably still lives in Columbia.
Sometimes, right?
He spends most of his time, I think, in California.
Oh,
but yeah.
Gosh, everyone's moving.
Colonel is with us here on TMA. Missouri was 45th in the Ken Palm going into last night's game. They're now 55th. Gabe, not necessarily inspiring performance last night?
Not moving in the right direction. Yeah, I heard you talking about bracketology. I'm not sure anyone listening to this segment has a need to check that for the near future. We'll see. But, I think the disappointing part is, like they had the 3 go down right before half against Kansas, and you kind of knew, oh, no, this game's in trouble. And then they just kind of lay down in the second half. Like they didn't really, they went from down 8 to down 18 in about 2 minutes. And you don't like seeing that against Kansas. And then you come out and look, Alabama State's not any good, and the arena's going to be empty, and you know that. But coming off the week Missouri had, you would kind of hope they come out with some energy, wanting to prove something, and just didn't really look like they did.
Bragging rights game coming up. You feeling pretty optimistic about that, or will they get blown out?
Optimistic from like the side of Missouri, not particularly. No, I mean Illinois is the best team they played this year. I think the discouraging part is like Notre Dame's okay. They're not bad. They might sneak into the tournament. Kansas, this is a decent Kansas team. This is not anywhere near some of the Kansas teams Bill Self has had. Missouri, they haven't beaten anybody. Hey, you never know. Weird things happen in that game, but it would be a very significant upset. Illinois is the best team Missouri's played so far, and might be the best team they'll play all year.
What do we think's missing right now, Gabe, from Mizzou? Mitchell's been around, Robinson's been around. We always hear about the recruits. I know the biggest class is next year, but what do you think they're misfiring right now?
I think they're missing guard play and front court play. I think are the biggest problem.
That could be an issue.
They've only got two guys that can rely on offensively. Mark Mitchell obviously is having a really good year, and Jacob Cruz is shooting the ball really well. But that's it. The high school recruiting, if you look at it, they had a 5-man class 2 years ago. 2 of them transferred. Trent Burns has played like 12 minutes ever. Honor Boateng, he's a good defensive player, but there's not much there offensively right now. Teal Barrett is – he's a solid backup point guard, but that's all they got out of that class. Nick Randall and Aaron Rowe was a class that was always a developmental class. You were never going to count on either of those guys this year, so it put more importance on the transfer portal. Well, the only guy who has been better than you thought he would be out of the portal is Jaden Stone. Sean Phillips has shown a couple flashes, but it seems like he and Mark Mitchell have a really hard time playing together. Luke Northweather and Javon Porter are just Javon Porter played 1 minute last night. I don't know if you can play either one of those guys against high major competition right now. And Jaden Stone is probably the best one, but he's hurt. Sebastian Mack, he's obviously deep in the doghouse. He didn't come off the bench till 9 minutes into the second half against Kansas. So in an era where the portal is huge, Missouri swung and missed a lot there.
What has the fan support been like so far this year? I see they had about 8,000 last night. Has it been any better than that earlier in the year?
They've had some that were a little better, but this home schedule is look, I know we've talked about it a lot, but more and more people are starting to say it. I've talked to a few people. They can't keep scheduling this way. It's awful. It is December 12th, and most Missouri fans really aren't paying any attention to basketball at this point.
So what is give the backstory? Because I'm sure some of the listeners are aware of it, Gabe, but others are. So for example, Josh Schertz is a friend of the show. He's the head coach of the Billikens, and he would love to be able to schedule top tier teams. And I'm not getting the St. Louis U Missouri thing going on, but Missouri could schedule top-tier teams, and Dennis Gates obviously has chosen not to, whereas you will see Arkansas, for example, or locally, Illinois, they're doing it. So what is Gates' philosophy on this?
They talked about it a little bit on the MUKU broadcast. I don't know if we've ever actually just straight up asked Dennis about it. We may have. I don't remember the answer if we did, but it seems obvious at this point. He just wants to schedule. He wants to use the first 13 games of the year to kind of figure out what he's got. Well, that should be what the off season's for. I know last year, I think, because Drew King has done a story every year for us on how the schedule came together. And last year, he was basically told, well, we have to play the ACC game. We have to play Kansas. We have to play Illinois. So, we had one more game to that, and that's a pretty tough schedule. Well, not really. It's kind of what you should be doing. I think you should be playing 5 or 6 high major teams. And I don't necessarily, they scheduled Minnesota. I don't blame them for that because, that is a Big Ten team. They're not particularly good, but you don't necessarily know that, right? At least that's a Big Ten opponent. But it's twofold. I want to see another game or two against a power conference opponent that Missouri is not obligated to play, right? You don't get credit for Kansas and Illinois. Those were on the schedule beforehand. You have to play those. Show me a willingness to go play somebody beyond that. And then number two, it's the teams they're playing in the non-conference are, they're not just mid-major. You could live with a
Creighton, I don't know if Evansville's any good, but they're local. We've heard of them, right? Murray State, like something like that. But they are playing low major teams that are, I mean, their KenPom ranking is almost exclusively 225 and below. Like they're lower third of the team sport, lower third of the sport teams. And now look, this is a thing that I hesitate to really get into, but I think it's worth talking about at some point. And Dennis has talked about it. I mean, look, they went to Howard, Alabama State last night, Bethune-Cookman. You know, they've got a significant number of HBCUs on the schedule, which I do think is an admirable thing. Like, look, he obviously wants to promote black coaches in the sport and give some of these teams a chance. And I have no issue with that. If there are people who have an issue with that, that's fine. It's a tough thing to maybe talk about, but you can't, you just can't do it this much. There needs to be some other games on the schedule, you know, and I think too, a little bit, I think there are Missouri fans that see that, and well, I know there are because I hear from them that see that and say, that's all well and good, but his first responsibility has to be winning the games here and doing what's right for this program before he's worrying about doing what's right for other programs. And again, I don't want to wade into, I'm not trying to pass judgment on that, but there is certainly some of the fan base that is kind of starting to feel like that.
Seems like if you just replaced a VMI and a South Carolina State with a St. Louis U and a Missouri State, then the whole non-conference schedule might be considerably better.
Well, and
did I just hear you moan? I heard you moan. I heard you moan.
Yeah, I'm not big on specifically those two games. I mean, but yes, it would be better. I still would like to see another power conference game in there somewhere. I mean, I
play
don't
Villanova,
really
play UConn, I mean, let's go a little bigger. You look at all these big time programs; they're constantly playing top opponents.
Yeah, and I am not asking them to schedule like Duke or Michigan State or even Kansas or Kentucky does, but yeah, you can go out. I mean, you know, Oklahoma State would do a home and home with you, right? That Texas Tech. They've done secret scrimmages against Marquette the last few years. Why can't you schedule a home and home with Marquette?
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Gabe DeArmond with us here.
Just not this year, too.
That's correct. Gabe DeArmond with us here on TMA's, brought to you by James Carlton, the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Within the last 2 months, Jamie Rivers made the switch to James Carlton. Couldn't believe how much money James saved him. And then just last month, Brandon Kiley, he switched to James Carlton. I've been with him since 2019. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net, and James is raving about the lowest auto insurance rates he has seen in his 18-year career. A phone call can save you truly thousands of dollars. Why not make it? 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Colonel, the Missouri football program with the opposite situation. Gene Chizik last night on the SEC network, as they were announcing the schedule, said, in his opinion, Missouri has the toughest schedule in the SEC. What was your reaction to the schedule release last night?
I honestly didn't pay a lot of attention to the other. I don't know how it compares to the other teams. I was more focused on Missouri's. And, you know, again, credit to the SEC. They've done what the NFL has done, which is made an entire night of news out of the order of the teams we already knew they were playing. I would imagine Missouri's November is as difficult as any in the sport. Texas, at Georgia, Kentucky, Oklahoma. Now, 3 of the 4 are at home, but, I mean, that's 3 top 15 teams in the last 4 weeks of the season. You know, that's a heck of a run, but that's what you signed up for in this league when you went to a 9-game schedule. Personally, I really like it. You know, now, hey, there might be some years where you don't win as many games where some people won't like it as much, but 10 of the 12 games on the schedule next year are compelling games. You know, Missouri still gets Arkansas. They're at Mississippi State next year, so they get Kentucky. There's some winnable games on there. The thing I like moving the Oklahoma game to the last weekend of the season. The Arkansas thing just has never had juice. Arkansas insists LSU is their main rival, so they get to lose to them on the last weekend of the regular season now instead of losing to Missouri, and it's better for both sides, I guess.
Okay.
You're down and out, Doug. You're down and out. Come on,
we'll get about the basketball schedule.
You're worried about bracketology, and yet you don't.
I'm not worried about bracketology.
To
No, I'm worried about the basketball schedule. The schedule is so weak that I think it has cost a lot of interest in Missouri basketball for a lot of people.
I don't think there's any question about that. I mean, and it just like the model for me always has been Michigan State. Like, they might be 9-4 or 8-5 in the non-conference season, but come February, all of a sudden they look. And again, I'm not saying Missouri has to take that scheduling model on, but the baffling part to me was after the Notre Dame game last week, Dennis Gates said, they had played some of these tough games, and I thought it really prepared them for this one. Okay.
The Golden Gophers.
Well, I wasn't in the room then, but my next question would have been, so why didn't you schedule that way? You had that option and chose not to.
Yeah, after they beat Bethune-Cookman on, I guess it's Sunday, they'll be 10-2, and the whole fan base around Missouri, the reaction to that is a big yawn.
I mean, they're basically 0-2. I mean, in all reality, he said after the game last night, he said, "Hey, being 9-2 is a good thing for our program. You want to win every game, but you can't win every game." And the reaction, and it's a fair reaction, is, yeah, but 9-2 was that's the bare minimum. There was no scenario in which you were going to be less than 9-2. I looked at this non-conference schedule and I said, you are going to have to be a minimum of 11-2 to have realistic NCAA tournament hopes. Well, now to be 11-2, you've got to beat Illinois. I mean, if you go 10-3 with this non-conference schedule, I made the joke the other day. I don't know if you guys watched The Office, but you remember when Daryl from the warehouse walked in for the manager's job and he didn't have his resume was 2 sentences long? That's what Missouri's given to the NCAA tournament selection committee on their non-conference. They are Daryl from the warehouse right now.
Nice.
UConn, for example, this year, BYU, at the time BYU was ranked 7th, but UConn played BYU, Arizona, Illinois, Kansas, Florida, and they've also got a Texas game. Michigan State playing Kentucky, North Carolina, Duke. Arkansas was ranked 14th. These are some non-con. Doug, you like non-con?
I don't like the word non-con.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in the Ken Pom, Florida's 5-4 and ranked 15th. St. John's is 5-3 and ranked 16th. Kansas is 7-3, ranked 17th. Tennessee's 7-3, ranked 18th, and Kentucky's 6-4.
That's the frustrating part. Basketball rewards you for doing that. Right? I understand football coaches who don't want to. I mean, Steve Sarkisian is making the argument the reason we're not in the playoff is because we scheduled Ohio State. And there's some truth to that. I mean, the football selection committee has basically told you we're mostly going to look at how many wins you have, not who you beat or not who you lose to. So, okay. Great. Go schedule nothing in the non-conference because there's no reward for doing it. But basketball has for years rewarded you for playing good games.
Yeah. That's why I'm confused by what Missouri's doing.
I don't get it either.
Okay.
And at some point, probably pretty soon, especially if they get beat by Illinois, I think they don't play a game for 18 days after that. Probably a fair time to say, when you look at this non-conference schedule, would you construct it the same way? Because I don't know what's there.
Gabe DeArmond, you can read more at powermizzou.com. The Colonel with us here on TMA Mondays and Fridays, brought to you by James Carlton. Thank you, Colonel.
All right, guys, have a good one.
You too.
All
It's
right,
Gabe
Tim.
DeArmond with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone line. Doug, you know anything about Callier and Thompson? I feel like you might.
Well, I do, and you should know something about Callier and Thompson too. If you're looking to spruce up your home a little bit, usually that means a kitchen redo. Doesn't have to be that. They do bathrooms. They do entire basement remodels. They do game rooms, whatever you want to do, Collier & Thompson has done it, and they've been doing it a long time, since the 1950s, in fact. They've got a crew assembled over there of painters and electricians and plumbers and carpenters that can really do a fabulous job, and you ought to go to their website at collierandthompson.com. Check out some of the before and after pictures. Really remarkable what they can do for your home. It's really an investment in your house. It's kind of tough to move right now. Still, interest rates still up there, so a lot of people are wondering what to do. Well, give Collier & Thompson a shout, and they can come out and make your home look so good you're not going to want to move. It's also important to know that this process takes a while. You can't go in there on Friday and expect them to get started on Monday. There's a lot of planning involved. A lot of people have to get into it, a lot of designing involved. So make sure that you give them a little bit of time to make sure that they can give you the kitchen of your dreams, and then when they get out there, everything is going to work just right and that you will be happy. That's what they want. They want you to be happy, and they also want you to know that you can count and trust on the people that are going to be in your home for a while, because their workers are insured. They've been around a long time. Anyone who's had some work done by Collier & Thompson can tell you that they are absolutely the best in town. They're on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
A lot of people fired up about the Missouri schedule conversation. Steven Time says, nice interview, Tim. 10 out of 10 rating, bringing your yearly average up to 10 out of 10 for Q4. But also, I love the arrogance of Boone County Tech fans. SLU is a top 30 team, 49 spots ahead of them in net rankings right now, but fans think they will have nothing to gain by playing the Billikens. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
I think it'd be a great rivalry for them.
Don't blame the fans. It's not the fans who get to decide who plays who.
Even the ADs don't seem to have the juice they used to. I think the ADs used to make the schedule and tell the coach, and now the coach has got like influence, and then they just took it over.
I think there's a lot to gain from playing SLU.
Let's see. Illinois
That's from
is
the
going
Boone County Tech alum.
Illinois is going to just curb stomp Mizzou. Also, Colonel, this is a question: why does Mizzou attract coaches who can't run an offensive system well? Second, Jackson would sleep with Kim English if he could. Which Mizzou basketball alum do you have a crush on? That's from President's Day. Observed.
Nice.
Odd question.
Good.
Odd
So
question.
I am not excited. It annoys me that the schedule they play is weak. And yeah, I have frustrations with the offense and defense. But in fairness to Dennis Gates, he's bringing in the top recruiting class of 2026 and next year. Jason Crow is an outstanding. He's set the California State high school basketball scoring record. So just like have a little bit of, optimism for the future. It might not be great this year. They might get ran out of the gym by Illinois. They might not. Illinois was really good 2 years ago.
That game's always
really good,
that
and Mizzou beat them by
unpredictable.
30.
Right, that game is unpredictable.
Yeah, so
but I would also say you got this top recruiting class in. Wouldn't it be fun for the whole country to see him playing against
next
Duke
year,
or
I think
Kentucky,
absolutely.
instead of playing the Alabama States of the world too often?
Couldn't agree more. Could not agree more.
And the point is so valid that in college basketball, it doesn't penalize you for losing against a good opponent, whereas college football, that win-loss thing is still a factor.
That's part of the reason the mid-majors get screwed over. It's because power force will rather play power force.
What's the reason? Like, you can pad your win total like this against a bunch of crap.
And this is how he's done it, though, every year he's been here. This is how he does it.
Well, if I'm Laird Veach and I look around and think, let's get this building going.
Spice it up.
Right. I'd lean on these
That
guys.
would get people talking. Harrison's brother, Master, has already sent a preemptive text in for our Joey Vitale conversation.
Get it ready, Papers.
Tim, please tell Joey before he starts blabbing to not talk about his effing bread. Nobody cares. That's from Harrison's brother, Master, who is angry as a hornet.
Always angry.
About the St. Louis Blues. Jackson, you have any thoughts on?
I already played it once.
I think
come on.
Play the hits.
Come on.
Play the hits.
All right.
What you activating?
You want Flacco? You want some?
It is required at this point.
You're right.
We need it.
I don't know why I wavered.
You're better than that.
I'm down on my favorite thing in the world, Missouri hoops.
Mm-hmm.
Get bottle service at Wheelhouse tonight.
Once Jaden Stone returns, I might feel better.
And wash it down with some bottle service at Wheelhouse. Doug and I are going to be chasing our kids around tonight, but Friday night is pizza night.
Did you decide on a pizza place? I might have been not listening.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm doing. And I don't want to... Listen, Martin, they're one of the sponsors. They can't have the security there, but I'm going to get some libations with Dr. Brandon Pryor at the Village this afternoon.
All right, hey.
Sponsor on sponsor.
Take the edge off. That's exactly right.
Good for you. Get a little 1879 distilling product while you're
Take the
there.
edge off. So there I got to think about what's going to be close.
Yeah, the proximity there. Emo's right by there.
Yeah, you got an emails into pair.
When do you know that the edge has been taken off?
Usually when I start nuzzling with a gentleman in the front seat of his car.
Oh,
you asked the question, then you don't like the answer. Don't ask the question then!
Scene in Casino there.
You're going in
It was
for
Joe Pesci,
pizza.
right?
Yeah, and there wasn't a gentleman.
When you meet a gentleman for pizza, you wind up in his car nuzzling?
No, you asked me when I know I've taken the edge off.
But you said when you're like nuzzling next to him in the car?
Front seat.
That edge is
Back
way
seat,
gone.
I'm married. I wouldn't do it.
Oh.
Is that part of your wedding vows?
It was also in the wedding vows.
Oh.
It was on the post
It's a whole front seat, back seat thing.
Right, exactly. Right.
Lawyers got involved.
Yeah, my wife brought up Uncle Leo's. We love the Miners, boys. Gotta love the Miners,
Oh,
boys.
sure, doesn't everybody?
That Filoni's Uncle Leo's pizza, forget about it.
You ever get Faraci's? Now, it's a bit west on Manchester. You got to get out there. It started by Ulmsall.
Oh, is that right?
There's an original one still by
Yeah,
Ulmsall.
Northsiders love Faraci's. Southsiders Pizza Go-Go. But seeing being at like 270 and, 270 in Manchester at the
Manchester,
Villaggio, I'm probably not going to do that.
Yeah.
Always bring cash for Pizza Go-Go, Doug.
I think you're going to be doing emos on the way. It's right there by Village.
Ferrado's also kind of in that. I mean, it's on Manchester.
But we did Ferrado's last Friday.
Ah,
And I got a rotation.
You got to pay attention.
No,
you really
do have to
got
pay
to
attention.
I know.
You got to do show prep, and you got to pay attention.
Looking up Charlotte Ray.
Embarrassing.
Joey Vitale is not allowed to talk about bread per Harrison's brother Master. He will talk about the Blues. Eat your mushrooms. Joey Vitale time coming up next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here, and let's talk about garage doors. One of my favorite topics to talk about. Why wouldn't you want to talk about your garage door? You need that thing, and it needs you, and you need it to work. The fluctuation of weather, it can be a tricky thing with these big garage doors. I know from experience, the hot, the cold, it's going to get down in the single digits this week and then pop back up to maybe the 60s next week. That's bad for your springs. Yeah, the springs, the things that make that door go up and down. If you're having any issues, any squeaking, any doors not working, I got a good news for you. Give my friend Jason a call, 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door Company. That's his company. It's a local company. They're going to take care of you with that personal St. Louis touch you deserve, but they can spread outside the St. Louis County area because they care about you. So check out their website, SchaeferDoorCompany.com, and you can kind of check them out and see what they do. But best, give them a text, shoot them a call, 636-782-3608. This cold weather, you don't want your wife trudging through the snow. Trust me. Give them a call, 636-782-3608 for all your garage door needs. Schaefer Doors, a Clopay Master authorized dealer.
Get fired up.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm not
What kind of drum
fired
is that
up
right there?
after
It's not a snare.
What happened last night?
It's not a snare drum.
It's a kick.
Kick drum?
It's a kick drum, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I think so. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure here on the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, which is active as the day is long, to welcome the great Joey Vitale to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Joey.
Morning, boys. How's our boy Jackson doing? Is Jackson doing okay this morning?
You know what? I'm going to speak for him. He hired me to represent him, and I'm collecting 28% of his compensation for that. Right. That he is down in the mouth, as Doug says, about the Missouri basketball schedule.
Okay, that makes more sense. Usually on Friday mornings, I get a call and, hey, morning, Joey. How you doing this morning? How's your weekend? Everything good? Okay, we're going to come back to you about 15 seconds for your Schaefer door. It's just perky. It's sparky. It's got some spunk to it. And this morning it was just, hey Joe. Okay, so we're gonna go here in 30 seconds. Let me just and then you should be good to go. There's no hey, how you doing? There's no hey, good morning. He just seemed a little frazzled, and I just was checking in on my good friend Jackson.
Well, I appreciate that, Joe. No, if I was a bit abrupt on the phone before the segment, it's because I had to move some things around so that we could get your Schaefer door live correct and not run into any snags there. We were about to run into a snag, but I fixed it.
Oh, you're all business.
Yeah, unfortunately. I usually like to be chipper, you know. I think I'd be a great green room greeter, you know. Hey, 5 minutes, Joe. Really? Letterman will see you in 5.
That was fun. Letterman will see you in 5. Wow.
Yeah, Jackson, you're the guy at the coffee house. Like, if I'm hiring you at the coffee house, you all got your roles over there. But Jackson would be the guy at the cashier, the welcomer, asking people how they're doing, having a conversation. You know, and Doug, you'd be in the back roasting the beans.
You roast the beans, Doug.
Really, a bean roaster.
Yeah, with a little apron on.
Trust me with anything electrical.
Apron that says, hi, I'm Doug. I believe Papers was calling Vitale Midnight Joey.
Yeah, I like that
because
term.
He said he got a text from Midnight Joey confirming
Probably just
today's
landed
time.
in St. Louis from Nashville. That'd be my guess. Or maybe probably back at the house.
Yeah, just kind of actually got back and just getting settled. And I thought, you know, one of the thoughts before I go to bed is, did I text Jackson Burkett my time? And that thought kind of woke me up for a quick second, and I kind of went in a little bit of a panic mode because I didn't get back to you officially. So I gave you the old double tap emoji thumbs up. Hopefully you knew what that meant.
All good. No, I knew. You texted me right before puck drop last night, so I was like, all right, I don't expect to text back until maybe the morning. I understood.
Yeah, I was texting a lot throughout that game. It wasn't one of those games you could text through, if you know what I mean.
That's how the players approach.
Yeah, no, tough one last night. for this Blues team. And, it's a quick turnaround. Got the Blackhawks tonight, which, by the way, it's on ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, and Hulu. Do you guys have all those channels?
Yeah, I do. I do. But my God, the money I light on fire with all the streaming apps I subscribe to, Joey. It's brutal.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about it because I'm at the game, so I'm not technically watching anything. But, I had to tell people out there tonight it's not going to be on FanDuel. I'm on the radio side. So I'm actually going to be on your guys' station, 101 ESPN on the FM side of things.
Not even our teammate, Tim, but it's your guys. He's kind of distancing himself from us. Oh, he's a TV guy now. I get it.
Yeah. But I'm flipping back to my roots. I'm going back to the roots tonight, guys. I'm going back to the radio side. I'm excited about it. Curbs and I are going to hop back on the radio side. But, if you want to watch, ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, Hulu is where it's going to be for the matchup tonight, Hawks and Blues. Can't wait.
Earlier this year when the Blues were losing, they were getting pounded. There were games giving up 7-8 goals, and then it seemed like they were able to right the ship, and at least when they were losing and they were closer, more competitive games. And now I feel like we're kind of trending back to where we were earlier this season. What are you seeing?
Damn, Marty. How about the negativity on this Friday morning?
Oh, come on, Marty.
Did you watch the game? Were you really? Did you call that remotely? Jeez, they were awful.
Why are you awful? My God, you're doggone negativity, Marty. They were awful last night. Let's see.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, they were.
Jeez.
No, they were. To a man, and I could sit in front of Braden Shen and everyone on that team and say awful night, and they would say, "Yep, awful night." So, I'm not critiquing the players. I'm certainly just critiquing the play. And to a man, the play was unacceptable again last night for this group. And, there's really no excuses. There is context for sure. But you look at last night's game and, we talked about in the open, you're missing 5 regular forwards in your lineup. I'm not even including Alexander Texier, who you lost because you terminated his contract. There's 5 players and well-versed players and versatile players, goal scorers and Jimmy Snuggerud and Jordan Kyrou, big heavy centerman and Nick Bukestad. And then you got the grinders and the physical guys of, Nathan Walker and Toropchenko. I mean, guys, these are big pieces of your lineup. And I think when you saw it starting to trend in the right direction, Marty, because you're not wrong, after a slow start to the year, it did. You started to, gravitate towards something. You felt that something was on the upswing. You go to Ottawa, Montreal in a back-to-back fashion. You pull off some great wins there. And then all of a sudden the injury bug continues to mount. I'm looking at the game last night, and, there's a turnover on the first goal. A defenseman joins, and you move it to the middle with a young kid in Kaskamaki who doesn't have a point in the National Hockey League. Robbie Fabry was your best player on the ice, and 2 weeks ago he was sitting at home not knowing what the rest of his life's going to look like, and then he signs a contract. So, there's so many different variables. There's so many different pieces for Jim Montgomery to kind of sort through right now, and I think the biggest challenge in what we're seeing these last 2 days, and these 2 games rather, because it has not been great, I think what we're looking at is a head coach that is trying to figure out what this system, what this identity is going to have to look like now. Because everything you had before, right, all the identity, that you wanted, and this is how we want to play, well, you just don't have the soldiers right now to play that style. So now it's the adjustment. And this is when great coaches roll up their sleeves and says, okay, this is what we have. This is what we're going to have to go with.
You think they're due maybe to try to shake things up a little bit? Maybe trade Towelman if you have to, just something different?
Come on, Doug. This is why you're roasting the beans in the back. You can't trade Towelman.
Well, okay, he's safe. He's probably safe, but I exaggerated a little. But you're going to have to do something. You can't go with this same group just indefinitely.
Well, listen, first of all, it's hard to make hockey trades these days.
Hockey trade.
Just any trade is a hockey trade. But go ahead.
It's hard to make a player in, player out trade these days. Number one, look around the league. You're not seeing a lot of trades right now, and this is just kind of the way it is. So, I think that it comes down to what I just said. It comes down to the group coming together and the coaches getting together and saying, okay, this is what we are now. These are the players we have. We don't have the physical brand players of Nathan Walker and Toropchenko right now. Especially Nathan Walker. I mean, he's your biggest spark plug, leading the team in hits. I mean, he's an energizer bunny. You don't have him, right? So you miss a lot of personality. You don't have a lot of goal scoring on that right side without Kyrou and Jimmy Snuggerud. Kyrou's going to be back a lot sooner, but then you still don't have a great shot in Jimmy Snuggerud, and that's one of the reasons why you deal Zachary Bolduc last summer, because you have Snuggerud, right? And no one anticipates injuries. But, it's going to take a little bit of time. But, again, this is where the best coaches get paid to be the best, where I think Montgomery now has to look at, the chess pieces on the board and say, okay, this is where we're going to go. It's like, when my kids ask for dinner late at night, like, hey, Dad, can you make something? I don't go to your mind can never go to, okay, I'm going to make this. And then you go to your pantry and figure out what we have, right? You have to know what you have first. It's like you ever have like lasagna, Doug? You ever eat that lasagna?
Sure.
Yeah, you like lasagna.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like my kids want me to make lasagna tonight. Hey, Dad, you want me to make some of that bolognese, that lasagna? I love that, Dad. Let's smoke it. Let's get it out of the water. Come on, let's go. I go, okay, kids. Yeah, I want to be the hero. I want to make him, the bolognese sauce, right? And go to the pantry. I don't have tomato paste. I don't have, canned tomatoes. I don't have onions. I don't have celery. Well, I don't have anything. I look around. I got noodles, right? You got noodles, right? Everyone's got noodles. You keep noodles in your pantry, I'm sure, Doug.
A few noodles, yeah, sure do.
What's your noodle of choice?
I don't care. They all taste the same to me. They're just different shapes.
Like a broad noodle.
Yeah, that didn't play well with our Italian-American compadre there. He's going to school you right now.
It's all made out of the same stuff, right?
God, it tastes the same. What are you on?
Yeah, what are you on,
think
man?
one noodle tastes different than another?
I think
that
penne's a safe choice.
First, Marty with the negativity, and then you're telling me that every pasta?
I didn't say, no, not the pasta, but just the noodle proper. They pretty much all taste the same.
Is there a mute button for Doug? Is there a mute button?
Yeah, I'm just going to boo them.
With all the flavors? No, every noodle's got a different textural component to it, Doug.
Different shape.
Joey Cavatappi. That's my favorite.
Same taste.
No, Doug, you're crazy. You got to look for the gold dye. Go down the hill. Go visit my friend Gio at the Digagorio's Deli. You ever been to Digagorio's on the hill? I know you've been there, Mark.
Many times, yeah.
We would do remotes from there. Advertiser on the show for the years.
They are an advertiser on the show?
They were.
Oh, they're going to be now.
They were until
I was
I
going to
said
stop talking about them if they were an advertiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love those people. I could go. I go hang out in Digagor. I could spend there all day. The smell of the dry herbs and the sweet ladies getting all the meats and stuff. Anyway, they got a great Italian pasta selection, but you got to look for the gold dye. And look at the shapes. Some of them are smooth. Some have the ridges. Some have the holes. I mean, total different textural components to different noodles. I'm kind of an angel here. Capellini. You ever have capellini, Tim? The capellini, the really thin spaghetti.
All I do is eat potatoes and drink Guinness.
Oh, okay. So you
All right,
don't know.
but hold on, Vitale. What was the question? Was why does this team suck ass? I'm sorry. What was?
All right. So my point is, if my kids want pasta bolognese and I don't have anything, right? I may just have noodles and cheese. So it's not like I'm not going to try to manufacture bolognese sauce, right? I don't have a lot of things for that. I got to say, okay, well, I got noodles and I got cheese. Let me whip up a cacio de pepe, right? Which is just cheese and pepper pasta, right? That's what they serve in Rome. It's really a peasant pasta, because people back in the day didn't have a lot of money, so they had noodles and cheese. They had a lot of cheese, like the Parmesan cheese or the Pecorino cheese from the sheep's milk. So they decided just to make pasta with like cheese and then pasta water. It makes it like a really thick sauce. Anyway, long story short, I can't make what my kids want if I don't have what I need. Right, so this team. Let's bring this home for a minute. Jim Montgomery. He can't make this team what he wants. He has to go back to the basics and say, okay, this is what we have, and now we got to figure out what we're going to make based off of what we have. Now, guys, that can take a little time, and that's why certainly a little bit of patience is going to be necessary because. I know these guys. I know this team. This is a freaking passionate group of kids. You know what I mean? I'm looking on that plane last night, and it's just you can hear a pin drop. I mean, it's not a good situation. They hate where they're at, but also they're kind of in a spot where they're dealing with so many injuries. They're trying to figure out what they are. And I think once the coach and the top core guys come together about this is the way we have to play if we want to give ourselves a chance, and then they commit to that, they're going to give themselves an opportunity. But right now, you see too many holes and too many gaps with the different personnel that are in.
Well, so how long do you think it might take before they have a competitive team?
Doug, I don't know.
I want an answer.
I don't know, man. I'm not a weather guy. I can't predict the weather. I can't predict the future.
Tim, somebody wants to know if Shen is the tomatoes. They're trying to follow along. They're trying to piece it together. Blackhawks tonight. Blackhawks better than expected. Is that fair? I know they've been down for a while. You think that squad, are they kind of trending up? Chicago?
They are trending up. It's going to be a very different looking Chicago team than, if you're going to the game tonight or you're listening to me on ESPN 101 FM. Heard of it? FM dial, baby. 101. I'm on the big show tonight. If you're listening in, the Blackhawks are a different squad. I mean, Connor Bedard he's really taken the league by storm. It's funny. He comes in the number 1 draft pick a few years back, and, I think it's been a little bit slow. Last year, right when the season ended, of course, Chicago, they don't make the playoffs, and he has an opportunity to go to the World Championships and represent Canada, and he decides not to. You remember that was a tournament that Jordan Bennington went to, Braden Shen went to. I mean, a lot of veterans. I mean, Sidney Crosby went to it. For God's sakes, he's my old teammate, by the way, and he's going there, right? So you're thinking, okay, if Sid can go, why isn't this young Connor Bedard? Why wouldn't he want to go be around some great players, Stanley Cup champions, future Hall of Fames, and learn the way? So he got a lot of criticism for it, actually. And then, of course, his reasoning was that he wanted to start getting in shape and getting dialed in for next season. So he took a lot of flack for it. But clearly, something has clicked. And, I think the summer that he dedicated himself to it is starting to come to fruition, where he's one of the best players in the league right now. So you have Connor Bedard. I mean, even like players like Bertuzzi on his line are really shaping up to be some players. This kid named Nazar, a lot of young talent. It is a Chicago team that went through the highs. And when they were high with Joel Quenneville and Seabrook and, Duncan Keith and Taves and Kane, when it was good, it was good. But when you're that good for that long, you're gonna have a dip. And Chicago has had their dip, and it certainly looks now like they're back on the upswing after some really high draft picks and some really good moves that their GM made. So this is going to be a very different Chicago team, guys. We've already saw the Anaheim's Ducks. This is a different Ducks team this year. The league has made a massive shift where everyone is just good now. There's really just no teams that are poor. 10, 15 years ago, you used to go down to southern Florida, and it was a guaranteed at least one, probably 2 points. The Columbus Blue Jackets, they stink. Right now, everyone is just good and competitive, and even those teams like the Ducks and the Blackhawks have certainly found their stride.
Joey Vitale on 101 ESPN this evening with Chris Kerber, a game that is on ESPN Plus and Hulu this evening. Blues, Blackhawks, pregame on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. puck drop, 7 p.m. Joey Vitale, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Every Friday here on the Morning After. Thank you, Joey.
Thank you, boys. Have a great weekend.
You too.
All right,
Joey
then.
Vitale with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, and you can podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Schaefer Door online at SCHAEFER door.com with the temperatures. I mean, they are frigid. High of 18, low of 6 on Sunday. Garage door springs could be a snapping. And if that happens, you go to SchaeferDoor.com. That's Jason Gosserow's company, and he set up a number specifically for TMA listeners to call or text. That number is as follows: 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they also service commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast on TMA, and also Joey Vitale's appearances online at SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That is the website to head to if you're in the market for a new vehicle. Doesn't matter the situation, your circumstance, whatever the credit issue is, doesn't matter. Go to AutoLoanPro.com. They'll get you into a new vehicle. Little to no money down. Going to work really hard to get you the best rate possible. They do that by working with over 50 different lenders. Anyone can sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. Making that purchase with the financing can get a little complicated, especially if there's been a hiccup. Doesn't matter. Auto Loan Pro, get you back on track. Check out that website. Download the free playbook, educating you, also helping you get the car of your choice in the future. Auto Loan Pro is part of the Lita family. Again, 50 different lenders, making sure they get the best rate possible. Doesn't matter what the situation. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, get online. It's autoloanpro.com.
Doug, this is Outcast, of course, a 2003 album?
Don't know the years.
Is this the Love Below?
Yeah, speaker box.
Yeah.
Okay, speaker box.
Doug was partial to Hey Ya.
Yeah, very popular. I recall listening to that for maybe the first time, driving down to the Missouri-Nebraska game, October 2003. Victor
Thursday
Cisse.
game?
Saturday. No, Saturday. Thursday game was a rainy game, 2009, that happened just hours after the unfortunate Game 2 against the Dodgers with a friend of the program, Matt Holliday. So that's what happened in 2009. There goes Riz. What has he got? I want to have him come in here. Today's his last show until January 5th.
Is that right?
He didn't get some of those golf balls, did he?
Oh, Jay Delsing's golf
Yes.
balls? He looked like he was carrying pizzas down the hallway.
Oh, really? Pizza?
What's going on with Papers? You all right? You choke on something?
I'm good. Just
Emotional.
Emotional.
Yeah, you seem emotional.
Because of the pizza?
First you were feisty, then you were emotional, then you're in the
You're a
tank.
mess.
Joey Vitale
Roller
calls you
coaster
out
of
for being in
emotion
the
on this
tank.
program.
Yeah, pull it together, son.
You're right.
It's TMA. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Also, the TMA STL YouTube channel. And your Stiefel dossier, we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:47. 2 words for you is the most recent post in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and it says, Doug likes to shake it like a Polaroid picture.
That's from Hey Ya.
Well, I'm not sure that's entirely false.
Shake it, shake it.
Remember when you used to have to shake those Polaroid pictures to dry them
off? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I like to shake it like that.
Or you would go to the photo mart, Matt, to pick up your pictures, and you'd have
Fox
to wait.
photo, look for the Fox.
Were you pissed off when White Castle at Hampton and Chippewa turned into a Fox photo?
I really was not, because there'd be about 5 White Castles between me and that place at the time. So I was able to soldier through it.
My neighbor over there on Vienna in the south side, he would get up every morning and walk to the White Castle and eat White Castles every morning.
Every morning. They have something special for breakfast, or is it the same burger? Same burger?
White Castles. What else you got to have for breakfast?
Oh, I thought maybe they had a breakfast menu there.
No, you had White Castles.
Every morning?
Yes.
And he's now on a breathing machine?
He can't still be alive.
You doing a live read?
No. Did he live through it?
What do you mean live through it? He rewarded himself. Like, all right, let's
We're
start the
concerned
day.
about his health.
Every
For
morning?
what? For waking up? Getting out of
Well,
bed?
there are people who enjoy their treats when we get to cruising altitude on a flight.
Yeah, that's always. Oh, I ran into that on the way to Jamaica. Egg tacos.
Oh.
Right next to me in plastic bag.
What do you guys call them? Flight piggies?
Sky pigs.
Sky pigs.
Sky pigs.
Sky pigs?
Yeah, it was brutal. Father and son.
So if you can reward yourself for reaching cruising altitude, you can reward yourself for waking
It's
up.
really, when you think about it, it's so disgusting.
What are we talking about? Which part?
Ordering food at the airport. It's hot when you get it and saying, no thanks. I'm going to wait an hour and 15, maybe even 2 hours. And then once they allow us to drop the tray table, I will then eat said beef
Maybe
that
they're
is
not hungry right
now
when they
probably
buy it.
riddled with botulism.
Or they feel like time goes a little faster if they can eat for 10 or 15 minutes.
It's a reward.
And the air is recycled, though, so that beef smell that you've now curated is going to be flowing through the cabin until you land.
Well, to Timmy's little fat friend, here is a reason to go to White Castle. Breakfast slider, original slider with egg and cheese, breakfast toast sandwich. They have a breakfast hash brown.
That would all be relevant if this was my neighbor now.
Okay, so you're saying
this was 1984.
Oh, and you don't think they had the breakfast menu
I'm very
back then?
confident. You had a choice: White Castle or White Castle with cheese, fries, soft drink, coffee. Don't like it? We don't care. We're about to turn into a Fox photo.
Ooh, hash brown nibblers.
No, right? Maybe somebody could drop off some hash brown nibblers.
That doesn't sound bad, really. I could nibble on a hash brown.
Yeah.
Little misunderstood friend. I've never had White Castle for breakfast.
So the Blues are like a White Castle, but they don't have the onion rings, Doug. They have the
Right,
fries.
Right, they don't have
like the
all the
fries at
They
White
don't
ingredients.
have the cheese.
I like the fries at White Castle.
Trying to re-workshop why the Blues are bad.
Crinkle cuts.
Crinkle cuts. Take your calls.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Morrisonwood's Wacko says most airplane gluttons are from the 636. Have they done a study on that?
They must have. He wouldn't just make something like that up.
Why wouldn't you just eat it when you get it? It's always my question.
You're mad about it.
You're busy. You get your hands full. You're carrying a couple things. You got a kid that's bothering you. There's no place to sit down and eat it, really.
Do we go to the same airport? There's seats everywhere.
Usually, not always.
Fair.
Yeah, and you can go, okay, well, I can eat it when we get on the plane because we got about 20 minutes or so before we take off. But you haven't done anything by getting on the plane. When you get to cruising altitude, now you've done something.
Right.
Reward yourself.
Sat quietly.
Sometimes if you sit in the chairs just waiting, at the gate, that food could get all over you. But if you get a tray table, now you can set it on something.
But again, you could use the tray table while the plane is on the ground, but at that point you haven't done anything. You get to cruising altitude and reward yourself.
I suppose on the ground there's still people moving in and out, putting luggage in over your head. Somebody might sit in your row. I don't know. I'm just trying to come up with a reason.
I'm not against eating on the plane, but there's so many snack options you can eat that don't have a fragrance to them.
Like Prenzels?
Prenzels, prime example. Chex Mix. There's so many. Any potato chip will do. Twizzlers.
And what don't you like?
Like a rice bowl with salmon.
Yeah, one of the couldn't imagine a worse thing to sit next to on someone on the plane. I saw a picture of someone who brought an entire crab boil onto a plane in a plastic bag. Could you imagine sitting there? Someone's getting sausage and corn and crawfish on you.
Jackson, people whine about sky pigging are effing dorks. I'm going to bring a bread bowl of French onion soup on my next flight just to spite you weenuses. That's from Manbay 2004.
It's weena.
Yeah, Latin.
No, I'm not trust me, I'm not the one who's weird for not wanting to eat something that I bought 90 plus minutes ago on the airplane.
I'm kind of surprised that the airlines don't try to sell you some food. Some airplane friendly is another way to make a buck.
They should put you on the board. That's a good
Wouldn't
idea.
you think they could sell a couple of cold sandwiches there?
I think logistically they don't want to have all the stuff that is required to heat it up.
You can't have too much weight on the plane.
Yeah.
Bringing something pungent onto an airplane to eat once, quote, free to roam about the country, end quote, is the social equivalent of taking a recreational in the middle of a busy street. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
In the middle of the street.
Yeah. So you got a newspaper.
And sometimes, like what I ran into in Jamaica, sometimes people will bring stuff from home in a plastic bag. Now you're talking about 3 hours, maybe. It's been old.
And they were egg tacos?
There's a breakfast taco. There's scrambled eggs in there.
Oh.
Presumably cooked, that was like a 5 a.m. flight. Presumably cooked about 3 a.m. Just a definition of vile. And I had to sit there and take it.
Did they offer you a bite or?
They knew better to even look in my direction.
Oh.
I was so furious.
And it smelled the whole way through.
Awful. Permeated my nostrils immediately.
I sat next to a guy on a flight to, well, I don't want to brag, but it was to London. So it was a long flight. And this guy smelled so bad that without even asking, the flight attendant came up, looked at me and said, I'll try to find you another seat.
How about that?
Really did.
Gold star for the flight attendant.
Came back and said, sorry, there's no seats.
So she or he recognized the situation, comes up to you, look at that, without any words spoken.
Right. See if I can find you another place to sit.
Guys, the Sky Pigs eat as a reward because when you land at Hooterville Regional Airport in St. Louis, it's at least an hour wait at one of the 2 baggage claim carousels that are, quote, working adjacent. That's from Alan Dadeville, so I guess it's math.
Right.
You're going to have to wait for your food because you're going to have to wait for the carousels because there's only 2 of them, like most major cities. You go to LaGuardia, I think they only have 1 carousel.
I think so.
And then you go outside, and then you get berated by the security.
Got to make time for that.
The great Ben Boyd says,
buried out there.
The great Ben Boyd says, I usually bring a Tupperware filled with Indian food, then I'll ask the flight attendant to heat it up for me in their microwave.
That's Native American food, Ben. You'll want that one back. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email of the day. That is coming your way here in approximately a half hour. Martin, I know you have onboarding, but maybe on Friday you say, you know what? Garsh, I don't care.
No, I got a lot of catching up to do, really. And I promised I would take some time away after the the horrible prediction last night. Blues under with the Predators, even though neither team can score.
Correct.
Bad night to make that choice. I'll take some time away.
What are the plays? Doug, you gave a play. What play did you make?
The
you took the Chargers. You took the Chargers.
Chiefs are 5.5 point
the Chiefs
favorites.
might
I don't know
win.
why, but they are 5.5 point favorites.
Backs are against the wall, Doug. I don't know.
I think the backs
One
have been
last
pushed
shot
through the
for
wall
them.
already.
Papers, what was your play?
I gave away first half over last night. That paid.
Okay.
But I'll cook something up.
Cook something up real nice like and eat it 4 hours later when you reach cruising altitude. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Ted Drew's a wonderful holiday tradition. Growing up, I would always look forward to going and picking up a tree at Ted Drew's lots and then enjoying the delicious Ted Drew's frozen custard. Make Ted Drew's part of your family's holiday tradition. Pick out the perfect tree, enjoy Ted's delicious frozen custard, and soak in the spirit of the season. It's Ted Drew's. Celebrate St. Louis tradition at its finest with Ted Drew's frozen custard, and check out one of their incredible Christmas trees. They have huge Christmas trees as one of their options as well. So if you like a big tree, they have those options for you at Ted Drew's. Choose from top quality pine and fir trees, including customer favorites like the Fraser fir and Scotch pine, all hand selected for freshness and fullness. Make Ted Drew's part of your family's holiday tradition. Pick out the perfect tree, enjoy Ted's delicious frozen custard, and soak in the spirit of the season. Ted Drew's, where tradition tastes great and the holidays feel right at home.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Chicago Blackhawks. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Gang, we got this. You can't stop this. From the bottom to the top, we drop hits. Tarasenko, Braden Sheen, Petrangelo. These boys are mean.
Oh, you can't say Sheen. Just to rhyme it with mean.
So fresh, so clean. Sharpen up the blades, blood, sweat, and tears over decades. Went from last place in the whole league to the best in the West. Time to dig deep. Boston Bruins versus St. Louis Blues. 1970 rematch feud. Stanley Cup Finals going down. Who's the best? Pound for pound. Load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round. That's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
Didn't Kendrick Lamar try to spit these lyrics when he came through St. Louis?
Yeah, about the Kings.
And he failed. He couldn't pull
Couldn't
it
keep
off.
it up. Couldn't keep up with it.
Okay, good. Doug, do you know who Chris Cotillo is?
Chris Cotillo, double C, C squared.
He is the Boston Red Sox beat writer.
Oh, okay.
And he is reporting this morning that the Red Sox now would like to try to acquire Wilson Contreras. This just posted at masslive.com. The Red Sox are one of many teams interested in Cardinal second baseman Brendan Donovan, but St. Louis still might hold on to him. Bet if I can bet that. If anybody's poly-marketing that one, I'll be happy to short that. If anybody wants that, Team McKernan at InsideSTL.com. I'll give you 2-1 too. 2-1.
Would you?
Yeah. If anybody's interested in that, I'm trying to induce odds boost. Yeah. I'm trying to induce action. So yeah, I'll be happy to do that one because he writes that St. Louis still might hold on to him. That ain't happening. A new name has also surfaced for the Red Sox, who, according to a source, are pursuing Donovan's teammate Wilson Contreras in trade talks. The three-time All-Star played first base instead of catching last year and is thought to be available with 2 years and $41 million and a 2028 club option remaining on his deal. He has a full no-trade clause, but might be willing to waive it for the right fit. So add the Red Sox to the New York Mets as teams pursuing Wilson Contreras. This now from Boston Red Sox beat writer Chris Cotillo this morning.
I guess he would fit in there as a first baseman. They have Tristan Casas there, who they thought he was going to be a star. He had a big year like 3 years ago. Hadn't done anything at all since.
Yeah. I'm looking back at Predictionary.
Yeah, what do we got?
There was a question. It had to be probably late in the season last year. Over under 1.5 Cardinal contract unloading. We deemed that Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras, Arenado. Doug said under 1.5. Martin said under 1.5. Tim said over. It looks like we might get a clean sweep.
That was to move them at all, or to move them in a certain time period?
Move them at all before the next season.
Oh, because if I understood that question, I don't think I would have said under 1.5. I think they'll try to dump all the salaries.
Well, I try
Jax, why don't you apologize to Doug for booking his bet wrong? Now he's going to have to pay you.
This is what happens with Predictionary is we do it at the time. Everyone's on board. And then we don't revisit it till 4 or 5 months later. And everyone's like, I don't remember saying that. Those must have been a bad question.
I got to tell you, I don't think I say that. Can you recall
that was more of a left side of the infield?
Yeah, I just like that specified.
A little more of a left side of the infield thing.
As a guy who's gone 1-6 and 2-5 over the last 2 weeks on a podcast where I am paid to make picks, I have to wear it.
Mm-hmm.
I have to wear it.
Yeah.
And when you wear it, it doesn't feel real nice. Like I got the Falcons Buccaneers over because Thursday night football at this point in the year tends to go over. That's why I do it. And early in the year under. I don't know why. Apply whatever theory you want. And I am thrilled, even though I didn't make $1 off of it last night. I was too busy with a same-game parlay with 7 legs that didn't happen to hit.
Oh, like all the great gamblers would tell you to do.
I believe Sam Ace Rothstein at the beginning of his casino was placing parlays.
I think those Kansas City bosses. So did you hit that 7-leg first
what about
TD?
Your sweetheart teaser,
first
Sam?
TD parlay? Yeah, it's tough.
Well, maybe they would send Contreras and Donovan to Boston for some young players.
I wonder if Chaim Bloom is only going to do deals with the Red Sox.
Better than Mo, who would kind of only do it with the Cleveland baseball team.
Thank you for not saying it.
Just felt safer to just say Cleveland CBT.
Thank you for not saying it.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't think it would take too much to pry Contreras away from the Cardinals.
Don't you think a package is the right kind of approach with one like either Arnott or Contreras? Try to package something up
It
there.
just depends on what they're giving you.
Yeah.
So, Doug, you would like to change your bet to the over. Jackson just shook it off. I couldn't even finish the sentence, and Jackson shook his head.
I'm just surprised that I would have said less than 2 of their veteran players would get traded in a salary dump. If I said that, it was a stupid bet.
Well, maybe I read it wrong, but that's how it's written here on the dossier.
Doug, do you know the MILF Hunter?
Who's it? Grossmutter? The woman Iggy used to shoot with the BB gun?
No. This is the MILF Hunter.
No, I don't know him.
I know this could basically be any guy in Clayton, but should we be worried that Bloom is trading everyone to Boston where he came from? Maybe he's sent here to build that team and then go back there.
Oh, God. That's a bit of a conspiracy theory there. I would say no.
Building a team when the only move so far has been Sonny Gray.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's going to help that team.
In the short term, yeah.
Well, that's what they're looking for, short term, to keep up with the Yankees and the Blue Jays.
Right.
And now the Orioles, too.
Boy, howdy.
Tough division.
Yeah. Doug, it's not a salary dump. It's a youth acquisition. That's from Vizzini.
Sorry, it's a salary dump.
Hockey trade.
Salary dump all the way.
You can give your thoughts. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen and 101 ESPN. Guess we mailed it in on the holiday songs here.
My bad. I was running out of time.
All we were doing was talking about tequila in the commercial break.
I know, and it caught my attention.
You want a nip?
No, I don't. That would be that's a bold move.
For a guy who enjoys a daiquiri and then finds himself a little loopy.
Well,
there might be some pineapple juice in the fridge.
That is exaggerated.
I mean, it was captured on Instagram Live.
I was just having a good time. Don't confuse me and my positive demeanor for imbibing too much. But just having one shot of tequila and then working for a couple hours after doesn't seem like my kind of vibe.
This time of day, people aren't drinking a lot. Are you 10:30 in the morning?
Only on college football Saturdays when I drink so early.
Maybe then.
Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, it's probably best to stick with water and coffee.
Harrison's brother Master not happy with the conversation. Hey guys, can I call in and talk about what's in my pantry? I bet the listeners would love it. That's Harrison's brother Master not.
You want Flacco? You want some? Huh?
Hey! Doug, guess who is the starting quarterback for the New York Football Jets on Sunday?
Is it Brady Cook?
There you go.
Good for him. Good for him.
How about that?
Love it.
Good
great
guy.
Great picture of him and
Tough
Brad
player.
Smith last week.
Yeah, B.D. Smith.
Who was, I guess, being honored or just hanging out. But he's wearing a jersey, so it makes me think he was honored. But two Mizzou greats and then New York Jets.
Yeah, I'm glad to see him get a shot.
For sure. Protected by Armand Membu, another former Tiger.
Yeah, I hope he plays really well.
Papers, you like frozen strawberry rum runners on the rocks.
I don't like daiquiris. I don't like daiquiris at all. Pina colada, now that's something I'll get into.
Is it really?
Yeah, I love coconut.
Flip that off.
So pina colada is something in the right setting. It's not like I go to Obie Clark's and I'm like, pour me a tall pina colada.
If you were sitting on Marlon Brando's desk with a daiquiri talking about how you couldn't get the picture, who was the name of that director, Doug? You've got an affinity for horses.
Oh, that was Jack Waltz. Jack Waltz. A man in my position can't be made to look ridiculous.
That's right.
That's how he talked.
Pretty good. That was pretty
Thank
good.
you. Yeah.
And you were sitting there with a daiquiri or a rum runner. I don't even think you'd get to complain about the fact that you weren't booked for the picture.
You can act like a man.
See right there.
I can't do Brando, but Jack Waltz, yeah, he had the horse Khartoum. I'm going to take him out to stud, and then Khartoum, of course, ended up in his bed.
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert!
That house is the William Randolph Hearst house.
Yes, there's been other
newspaper
movies that used that.
Fletch.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen that pool out there several times.
The very grand, like football field sized pool. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, Jackson doesn't love daiquiris. Rick is the one who loves the boat drinks. He's the doughy, fun version of Jackson. He wears diapers and he shoots from the hip. That's from Color Buzz. Jackson's nom de plume when he's having a little booze is Rick.
When I shed the 25 pounds, I think I might have shedded Rick as well.
I'm against drink shaming. Why do you care what someone else is drinking?
Yeah,
they have a boat drink.
I appreciate.
Now you're talking to Harrison's brother Master.
No, I appreciate that. Again, I will say I don't love daiquiris. I probably haven't had a pina colada since Jamaica.
So what if you did?
You do it with
for
food.
Sure. Yeah, you were shaming noodles earlier.
I didn't shame noodles. I just said the obvious. That noodles taste the same. It's just different shapes.
But what I think Chairman Kurt's saying is you shame people for their dining choices.
Yeah, what's the difference between eating what you like and drinking what you like?
Well, eating affects your health. Drinking can too, but I don't really.
You may step
shame
down.
people.
Well,
you just got told to step down.
Well, Doug and I are in lockstep when people complain about how you like your steak cooked. That is like
eat it however you want to eat it. However you want to eat it.
Yeah.
Who cares?
People complain about how you get your steak cooked?
If you don't have it raw, you're not a man.
Yeah, I say I like it medium. And people are like, "You're an idiot."
Yeah,
well done with a side of
meat
ketchup.
snobs.
Yeah.
If you're not eating it rare, you've never had a good.
Yeah, they'll tell you that you're cooking out the nutrients. There's all sorts of nonsense they'll tell you.
Buzz off.
Yeah, me and Doug are in firm lockstep on that one.
Harrison's brother Master has gone off the deep end. I don't think I can read what he's saying.
I thought he banned himself.
For a guy that quit, I counted a minute ago. How many texts do you think he sent in during the course of this show today, Doug?
I better not be over 5.
Is that a relapse?
You are doomed.
How many?
Including this most recent, 51.
Suspended. Harrison's brother Master suspended a period of 51 days time.
I think that's
one for each
appropriate.
text.
Retire 51.
51 days suspension. And there's going to be a letter in his file.
Doug is the biggest food shamer ever. Oh, you ate the skin on the chicken. Ew. That's from Arbor Day.
Because it's bad for you. It's full of fat.
You do shame hot dogs.
Yeah, again, it's horrible food.
Again, you may step down.
It's horrible food. I don't care if you eat it. I'm just telling you, it's lousy food.
Every guy I knew that drank a pina colada also vacationed with 15 guys in a cabin.
Those aren't mutually exclusive. But yeah, I think I might have had a pina colada on that trip. More I think about it.
The email today is going to be
the Ozarks.
Liddy.
First of all, pina colada is delicious. I don't care what anyone says.
Holy crap, and I thought I texted in too much, yeah.
51.
Hunchback of Von Castle stunned by the number 51.
And that isn't like there's people
So
way
for those
more.
of you who are angry that your texts don't get read, I hope that helps drive, and it's not like Harrison's brother Master is the only guy texting in 50 times. 314-399-9646, that's how you can text in a lot as well. Talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program is called TMA 101 ESPN. Hey, Missouri, if you haven't heard by now, FanDuel Sportsbook is live in the Show Me State, and they're kicking things off with an offer that is tough to beat. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. Whether it's football, basketball, hockey, or more, you can bet it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. And Jackson Burkett has a play for you. You're fresh off the winner on the Buccaneers' first half total last night. Let's keep the heater going. What do we got?
FanDuel, once again, just those Blues games, man. 50% profit boost on the Blues game tonight. I like the under. I know Martin talked about the under last night. I think the under hits tonight on the back-to-back under 5.5. Use that 50% profit boost. It moves it up to plus 162.
There you go. So download FanDuel today or head to FanDuel.com/Missouri and join the excitement because, Missouri, it's time to play your game with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Oh, wow. Charles Schultz, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
If this doesn't scream holiday season to you, I don't know what does. Linus, and was that a lisp that he had? Is that a lisp?
Well, he was just a toddler.
A little bit.
How old are the kids in Charlie Brown?
Well, he carried a blanket. I thought he was
but
like
they're
3 or 4 years
lives.
old.
No, I think that they're supposed to be like 7 or 8.
Well, Linus was the younger brother of Lucy, right?
Was he? I thought he was the younger brother of Charlie.
No, I don't think so.
But he did have the blanket. And it would suck his thumb.
Percussion. Now, that's a snare drum right there, brother. That's a snare drum.
Okay.
Look at jazzy little tune.
All right.
Yeah. Peppermint Patty. Lucy.
Mm-hmm.
Linus. Pigpen.
Pigpen. Snoopy.
Yeah.
Woodstock.
And the parents. Wah, wah,
Yeah.
And the teachers.
Mm-hmm.
This screams holidays.
Is that still on anywhere, network TV?
Yeah, so
sure.
it's a whole thing with Apple because Apple bought it.
Yeah.
But there was some thing where they have to allow it to be free on Apple for a certain, I think a week before Christmas or maybe a certain day. And then otherwise, it's just available for anyone with Apple TV.
Okay.
But there was a whole thing with the rights of it because someone had the rights for like 50 years and then Apple finally bought it.
Very simple animation.
Yeah.
And yet somehow effective.
And he happened to pass away on the last day of the run of the Charlie Brown comic. It was already predetermined.
Wow.
I always thought that was one of the great coincidences.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah. Fun facts for no one tell.
It's almost like when that light went out in his life, he decided that'll be enough for me.
Well, he made a fortune with that.
Yeah, for sure.
Entertained a lot of people.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. You are welcome to text in 314-399-9646. We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That is coming up in a matter of moments. Brian Henshin, who is flying to Seattle right now and just reached cruising altitude, so he's enjoying a treat, says, I always thought those kids were in their 30s. WTF.
Well, that would seem silly.
Yeah. Not a great take by Henshin.
Well, he's covering Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, he's busy as hell.
Yeah, we got that coming up here in a matter of moments. BK and Ferrari are live from Centene. Blues and Blackhawks tonight on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. Pre-game puck drop, 7 p.m. This is not a FanDuel Sports Midwest game, for the record. ESPN Plus, Hulu. Yeah, I subscribe to that. $38.99 for all three of those. God almighty, what am I doing here?
ESPN
Doug?
Plus having
Got
that, though,
2 kids.
is nice.
Be working until I'm 90. Oh, plow me, plow me, plow me, plow me.
Doug will be there right with you.
Yeah, you're going to bring Gordy over and we're going to watch the game. Friday night's pizza night.
I don't know if I'm going to bring him over there.
Doug's working until he's 110. So
Well, that's just because you want to keep doing the show
5
until our
more years.
50th anniversary.
even beyond the
50.
grave.
And Jackson just gave the under on the Blues and Blackhawks for his play.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, the Warren County Wizard did not like the play and says, I will die before I take hockey betting advice from Vladimir Papers. So it doesn't
Take the
sound
over.
like...
Not kind.
Take the over.
So the way to make money is to fade you on hockey plays.
If that person thinks my logic is incorrect, then they have all the agency to take the other side. And I wish them well.
Look at that. That's sporting.
Just always bet responsibly
Sure
is what
is.
I'd say.
You're a real gentleman.
I just do whatever you want. You don't have to give me the business about it.
No, you don't. You really don't.
I got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up to TMA 101 ESPN. And let's take care of holiday shopping right here and right now. It's 10:48. By the time we get done with the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, you can knock it out by going to 5irongolf.com. You have somebody who loves the game of golf in your life, no problem. Here's what you do. You can go to 5irongolf.com and get a gift card, and you just knocked out the holiday shopping season right there for them. 5 Iron Golf is the ultimate indoor golf experience. Whether you're a serious golfer just looking for a great night out, you will love playing iconic courses on TrackMan simulators, enjoying chef-inspired dining, and relaxing in a vibrant bar setting. Host events, sharpen your skills, or simply have fun. 5-Iron Golf is your new go-to destination in Clayton. I love 5-Iron Golf. They have iconic courses, too. Pebble Beach, St. Andrews, Bethpage Black. 5-Iron Golf in Clayton has 200-plus world-class courses, rain or shine, and it's the perfect holiday gift. Pick up a 5-Iron Golf gift card and unlock a one-of-a-kind night out in Clayton with games in every bay, a full bar, and chef-driven food. And for a limited time, you'll score bonus bucks with every gift card purchase up to $150 in added value. It's 5-Iron Golf. Get the gift cards for the golfer in your life for the holidays at 5irongolf.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues Blackhawks tonight. Pregame at 6, puck drop at 7, right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Doug is here.
Okay.
The audience already knows what we're doing. You're coming over tonight with your grandson.
I'm not.
And we'll watch the Blues and Blackhawks, and we'll watch the Billikens and NC State. And we'll have pizza night, Friday night's pizza night. But Jackson's been very cryptic about what he's got going on. I'm trying to figure this out. So, Jackson, just give us a hint as to what you've got going on.
Grinder date?
What's that?
Grinder date?
No, but that is good. I will probably be hanging out with some friends tonight down in who knows where. But going to be having probably some libations with friends.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Saturday, probably do some family stuff, hang out, more or less.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to, I am doing stuff this weekend, but I'm not it's not all that interesting.
No, I wouldn't think so.
But I'm sure, plenty of texters will have opinions on it. And that's what I love. That's what I do. That's what I live for, you know?
Oh, is that right? Really?
Yeah. I live to be judged.
I live to read emails from Midge. It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Words hurt, especially when some blonde Adonis gives an utterance to, quote, "Give me a break, Midge. No skin off my..." I don't know if I can read this word.
I don't know what that word is.
Okay. I've dealt with invalidations, dismissals, and belittling all my life. What am I going to do if I win anyway? Thank you. I only need one ticket. I haven't had a date in over 21 years. Doug, that's from Midge.
Midge, dateless, more than 2 decades now.
January stakes finna be high. Doug's rule of not voting for someone he suspends has me cleaning up my act. But today, well, today ain't January, sister. So how about I army crawl on up to Doug in his chair and go all hungry hippo.
All right.
And just start chomping away at all the good stuff.
Okay, that's enough.
It's from too naughty to say no.
Too naughty to say no. Well, I'll tell him no. No, thank you. No, thank yous. Put an S on it if I have to. All right, too naughty to say no. Won't get my vote.
Much like the secret fan page, I posted a secret text line number on the TMA MySpace page so that others have a chance of being seen while Harrison's brother Master floods the show with one unhinged text after another. It seems related to the whole show topic of revenge boners. That being said, his offer to call to list the things in his pantry made me laugh. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of shooting hoops, in a ball cap and a house robe with gold piping.
Shooter McGavin.
Hey, Doc, are there guys who check prostates with both hands? I asked in my best Mike Francesa voice as my doc plunged his right index finger into my area.
Oh, I don't think they do that anymore.
You can request it.
You can?
Yeah, got to get pre-approval from your
I think
insurance.
it's just a blood test. Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know, and I have never done it, but I am willing to give it a try, my doctor replied. What I didn't realize at the time was that Doc and I were not exactly on the same page. Of course, I meant to check with his left or right hand, but he took it literal and used both. Next thing I know I have 2 meaty index fingers poking around. Anyway, I'm in tip-top shape, and I just wanted to let the listeners know so they can avoid or induce a similar incident with their doctor. Got a scoot. That's from Doug's microphone shadow. P.S. Doc and I are getting married. We were registered at Wally's if anyone would like to get us something.
Doug's microphone shadow.
Yeah, he's got a scoot.
I guess you could register at Wally's.
Heck of a jerky selection.
People could buy you sodas, gas.
Mm-hmm. Doug, what you got?
That was it?
What's wrong with...
Oh, my. Where's Buck Swope when we need him? Well, I feel
Good for
bad
you for
Midge.
appreciating Buck Swope.
Midge has not had a date in 21 years, and he seems lonely. She, he, whoever. They seem lonely. I'm going to vote for Midge.
Give me too naughty to say no.
I second chairman's vote.
What? Well, that makes... I was going Shooter McGavin, so too naughty to say no
Lucas
has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and we're just a few weeks away from Seth Goldcamp giving away that $10,000 HVAC system to the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month. What is the filtered process going to be like in January? Wow, wow, wow.
Boy, what will it be like? I don't know. I'll spend a lot of time thinking about that.
When you're over at my house having pizza night.
I'm not coming there.
Sausage and mushroom?
Well, maybe. Could you just leave the pizza outside? I'll drive by and pick it up.
Run into the carport.
Yeah, run into the carport. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrari are live at Centene. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for my brother Kevin, for Martin Kilcoyne, for Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.